So we begin episode number 8 of Lou Pickney Plays Total Extreme Wrestling 2020. See right here, it's version 1.07. A new patch came out earlier today, so I've got that installed. We should be good to go. Using the Killing the Business 2020 database, which over time, how things play out in real life versus how things play out in the game will vary. But it's been a fun mod thus far, playing as a child company of AEW, an all-men's company called Launch Wrestling. There's the hastily thrown together logo, and that's me. Our last show, we had a very good show considering the inherent limitations. I mean, we had 15 people in attendance. So I'm starting to worry that the money I'm putting out for these shows is going to cause some issues with the office, because it all goes through, in this game, it all goes through AEW as far as the money decisions go. There are certain things I can't do. I can't offer, even a handshake deal I can't offer to a brawler or a comedy wrestler. There's the owner goals. So I have to be not below. There are only 21 companies right now, so hopefully I can be above that within the next 2 years. There's the I mentioned about the no brawler and no comedy style. Even though one of the requirements for my shows is to have a match that could include a wild brawl. So I had it was a de facto semifinals on the first show that set up this tag team championship match. The Revival, FTR, beat Kurt Hawkins and Zack Ryder, became the inaugural champions. On the first show, crowned on the singles side world champion, Chris Hero beating Keith Slater in a really good match. Best match I've had thus far this relatively young run. There's the rest of it. For as much as the crowd wanted to boo Fred Yehai, or didn't want him to be there, which seems strange to me, they're having a very good match. Alright, there I've got some stuff I've scribbled down as far as for money reasons. Tentatively, I've got this in mind. I've already offered Rob Van Dam a one-off deal. He did not come cheap. Just $1 shy of $2,000 to bring him in. And while it might be tempting to move down RVD to have him face Leo Rush, I mean, I didn't pay that much money to have him on the mid-card. So hopefully Hero and RVD will have a good main event. TJ Perkins makes his debut. Think about him and ACH going to a 20-minute draw. So FTR is the tag team champs now. Didn't realize my television wasn't on mute behind me. So I figure I'm gonna bring in some names that won't necessarily have high-end value as far as challenging for a tag team championship. But Rock and Roll Express, I mean, they were just touring with New Japan earlier this year in the US. And then pick up a third person to drop the fall. Maybe someone like Adrian Quest. So I've gone through and laid out as far as what I'm thinking money-wise. Flip Gordon would be fun to bring in as a one-off. I would love to bring him in as just a full-timer, but he has a lot of different obligations. I want to think he's not available for this upcoming show. That's going to be Tuesday of week 4. And every Tuesday I've got a show. Even though it doesn't count as a TV show, because it won't let you have one of those technically as a television show until you reach medium status or higher. And we're now at the bottom as insignificant. It's pretty basic there. This is the part that concerns me, where it says the company's poor finances are a big cause of concern. I've only gone through this as far as any negative influences. Hey, granted, we're 2 shows in. So far, so good as far as that goes. But again, the poor finances, because I don't know what's going to be stipulated to me from AEW as far as if they expect this sort of output early on, knowing that I'm going to draw a dozen fans for the first few shows just to get their developmental going. I don't know. I have a feeling we'll find out at the end of this month, game-wise. So I hope to get there on this stream if I can do it. I think the next course of action is going to be to do some hiring. My refs. And maybe it doesn't make sense to try and nickel and dime it as far as cutting corners or only bringing in the less expensive refs, because in some cases they're not quite as skilled as far as the way the game has them classified. I guess I was looking here earlier for somebody potentially go up against Leo Rush, as well as somebody to team up with the Rock and Roll Express. Most of these will probably be in the $1,200 to $1,300 range. Maybe not. I don't think so. I can see myself bringing in Brody King at some point, but he's got NWA and Ring of Honor and PWG. And with wrestlers like that, if I can book them here and there, that's great. But it doesn't make sense to be like 4th in the pecking order, especially because I'm drawing just so small of an audience thus far. I'm hoping they'll pick up. I don't think there's any way in the game to hand out 1,000 vouchers or something like that to bring in the fans to a free show. Warhorse on the cheap for $40 a show. All right, I was thinking Adrian Quest to team up with Rock and Roll Express. It's not too expensive. And granted, his popularity, well, he's a 30 in the tri-state. He's a 24. So again, that's not that important. It's a mid-card tag match. Plus the feature attractions would be the Rock and Roll Express. He'd be the 3rd one. So let's see if we bring in Adrian Quest for 1 show. Because he's coming from the Southwest, he'll probably demand on his travel costs being covered. Although I'll try it initially without it. I don't think it's ever worked. If it shows you covered to begin with, they typically demand it. So definitely. So we'll see. We'll go for this. All right. Now there is the waiting game to be played, but because I'm 6 days away from my next show, hopefully Adrian Quest and the others that I'm about to sign on these one-off deals will be available. Note here, sign. Quest. So Adrian Quest will go here. Somebody get Rock and Roll Express, they'll go there. See what I can get for an opponent for Leo Rush. I think Jay Bradley. Again, bringing a lot of people, but trying to mix it up a bit. Trying to turn a negative, my very small stature in the business, into a positive. As far as being able to rotate talent in without too much hassle. We'll see. So I've got Adrian Quest. I think before I change the settings to pull up Rock and Roll Express, I might be able to find... At some point, I want to bring in Rich Swann, although he's out with an injury. Ospreay wouldn't work with us. He's perhaps at some point. Now this could go. If it's Laredo Kid, I'm not sure. Let's see what his availability is. So we're looking for Tuesday of week 4. That probably is the best move to make, or at least a good one. I'm not going to go through every iteration here. Let's see how the negotiation goes. That can be iffy. All right, so 1 appearance, $500. Where's Laredo Kid based out of? Out of Mexico. Is it an arrest? Afraid to try the pronunciation there. Some of these, I'm trying to butcher the words without intending to. So let's see. 1 appearance, $500. We'll fly in, and then you'll put over Leo Rush. Should be a good match. 8 or 9 minute sprint. Oh, the merch money, come on. One of the stipulations put down to me by AEW is that I cannot go above 10% on my merch sales. I try 15%, and this box pops up. You get blocked. So you have to go with 10%. So in this case, I found just nudging up a bit to see. At some point they'll say yes, usually, as far as the pay for the show. Okay, good. $525, so it's an extra $25. I think we can make that happen. It's kind of weird with some of my guys. I was looking through the money-wise versus how they're being pushed. Cody Hall is like my lowest paid guy. He's supposedly about to go into a program. But I'm not sure if that program's going to last very long. And then Big Cass. That's the feeling I'm going to do the tag match on this show. Have Cass beat him on the next, and they'll move on from there. So you see I've got some things written down, some notes made. Let me just pull this up a bit more. Taking advantage of, because this game won't let you play like a Fire Pro game you can stream very easily no matter where it is on your screen. Having to pull this up to my top right hand corner, I can't keep this on top as far as, that's why I'm able to pull up the notepad. And that's a negative as far as if I want to pull up a browser window, it's going to cover the whole thing. But because of that, I can also pull up this little sheet here, this notepad file, and pretty straightforward. All right, so we've offered a Laredo Kid. Signed the one off. Offered off. Laredo Kid versus Leo Rush, question mark. All right. I'm gonna need somebody for Connor. Now I can go ahead and what do I do? There we go. So let's do the whole list, everybody. Ricky Morton. Now this annoys me because you have to go over and kill the box before you can scroll down. I would like it if it was like I pull up there, this box come up, I can just click on Ricky Morton. But you can't do that. You have to go over and get the small X to kill the box and then come back here. Something to keep in mind. What a photo Ricky Morton they got here. $600 a show. I'm guessing to be similar for him and Robert Gibson. Again, just a one-time thing. I mean, man, I presume he's based out of the Southeast, which is good because that's where my promotion is based, Southeast. So, no demands for travel, $600. You get 10% of the merch of your cut, whatever that means to Ricky Morton. I'm not going to put you on a house show. Come on. I have TV shows at this point. All right, so we have an offering to Ricky Morton. Now we'll go into Robert Gibson. It's challenging with tag teams. You get one of them signed, and then it's not like the game knows that they have leverage, but sometimes it feels that way. Just because Robert Gibson insists on creative control. That puts me in a bind. I guess he's also based in the Southeast in this game, so that's helpful. I guess he'll take less than Ricky. 500. And same deal there. We're not going to have you work house shows. We're going to have a TV show at this point. Alright, so we've made offers to both Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson. I'll put R&R Express for the sake of brevity. But Laredo Kid, the question marks around him because I'm offered. I need to see if I can sign Jay Bradley to show up and put over Connor. I need to see if Connor can have a good match, because he did not have a good match in the last show. But I don't know if it's on him or if that's on Bob Holly, who's about to retire in the game. It only went 534, so although at this point, the way that company is, where it's so small, even scores in that range aren't harmful compared to the overall, where it's just like a 0 as far as any interest or knowledge of this company. Which is unrealistic if I had this level of talent coming in. But that's the way the game is set up. I think it's a video game. It's close to life, but you can't truly emulate everything. This game is already deep enough as it is as far as what it lets you do. Let's see if I can find Jay Bradley. I didn't make a lot of notes about him, so I'm not sure. Let's see, $600. He's got 40 popularity. That's very doable. So we'll see how this goes. He's a heavyweight, so it's gonna have somebody with some size in there against Connor. So let's see if we can bring in Jay Bradley. As with the others I've signed thus far, just going the one appearance and then just to set him out. He might say he wants extra. I don't know. Merch money. Oh, good. So we have an offer now made to Jay Bradley to come in for one show. All right, so assuming that they come in, and once they get to this point, they almost always will come in, especially with 6 days ahead of time. Sometimes they take a little longer than others. So, and likewise with Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson. Hopefully we'll get contracts sealed with them. And then Adrian Quest has been offered. So I need to find a partner for No Way Jose. I could use Eris or Leo Bryan, but they're both like 100% heel type. And I don't have any sort of true face-heel divide, but if somebody's going up against No Way Jose, or is teaming up with him, unless you're doing like an odd couple gimmick, which I'm not, then it doesn't make sense to have some sort of bad guy or heel with him. Rudo. I mean, this is going to be on the main show, and I want Goddard and Doan to look good in the match as much as possible, because I'm going to have them challenging FTR for the Tag Team Championship, because that's my plan. There are 4 teams in the de facto tournament, and Goddard and Doan were not one of them. Now, unfortunately, they both have received some negative reaction from the scarce crowds that have shown up in our events thus far. So the point is I need to find somebody that will be acceptable for an opening match. That should be rather open-ended. The more I use the search function, the more I like it. I consider this a major upgrade from 2016. I mean, there's a little bit of getting used to. Stuff's in different spots. But I tell you, it's worth the effort, at least in my opinion. So let's see. Bring somebody in. Popularity, at least be... Doesn't really matter. 30. In the Southeast. Ideally, I'd find somebody that is less popular in other places and has a higher rating in the Southeast specifically, because you would think their overall asking price would be lower. At least if I understand the game correctly. That's just speculation, though. So make sure to hire. And there's not a can work in like USA. Oh, there it is. I say that right below there. Still getting used to where everything is, but we found it. Still a bunch. Now, some of these just won't come in, like Dragon Lee, no. And I wish there was a way to make that part disappear with somebody that's just unwilling to come in. Maybe there's something I'm overlooking here. Entirely possible. But it's not too difficult. Where it's going to get frustrating is when I hit those guys that are either brawlers or comedy wrestlers. That pop-up box is going to hit every time. I plan on bringing in Filthy Tom, but not yet. A little more established first. I could team him up with Cain Velasquez at some point, have him go after the tag team championship. Damian Sandow. See, there's the pop-up. Ace Romero. Now here's where real life and the game go in separate directions, because last night's pay-per-view, not to spoil it for anybody, but Brian Cage made his debut with All Elite Wrestling. But in this game, he's a free agent. It'll be a good one to bring in at some point at 1,400. Like, I'm trying to brace myself for a possible backlash from the parent company about how much money I'm losing. But I'm trying to build up a fan base, and so that's obviously the challenge is to do that within a budget. Active Wrestling. That was the one I was thinking of. I couldn't find. Just look at my own roster and see if there's somebody who's not working the show. Like there's Trip Cassidy, but that doesn't really seem like a fit. PB Smooth got injured on the last show. He's gonna be out for a while. And I hope that AEW doesn't get mad at me over that, because he's one of the guys they sent down for seasoning. And I put him in a car crash match on a pre-show, and he got injured. But the way it's set up, it requires me to have at least one car crash or wild brawl on every show. And that you can sneak it on the pre-show if you like, but in this case, it worked against me. So I'm going to team up with No Way Jose, the opener. I would consider Barrington Hughes, although he's, here's the example of somebody that's higher in the Southeast by far than anywhere else. He only cost $40 a show, so he's on the cheapest of them. But he's like 100% healed, the way it's described here. So it doesn't really work as far as teaming up in a losing effort with No Way Jose. Already got Bestia. Oh, this is my roster. I was looking at the other one for a second. Whoa. Yeah. I'm going to have Bestia on the pre-show taking on Mike Seidel. Stardom, I've got him on the pre-show. It's Halla Wicked, but better as a heel. Again, that's... I could go Amazing Red, but then it's $90 a pop. 100% babyface. I think I'll go with Amazing Red. That's been a disappointment in this game. Unlike real life, Amazing Red in this game has not had as strong of a run. After one show, I had to take away his responsibility for doing some road agent work. I took him off the list there. It was him and somebody else that was a no. Gail Kim. She is on the lower end as far as pay goes. Been like one of my best pickups. Certainly value for the dollar. She's been a very good road agent. Now, unlike Gregory Helms, I can't just put her in a match. It's just strictly have men's matches in this promotion. Because there's another promotion that's set up as a feeder for AEW called Sharp, and that's an all-women's promotion. But the other company is controlled by the AI, just like the parent company. So a lot of different dynamics in play, but something that was never possible before this series. So definitely has my curiosity, and it's held my interest thus far. Okay. I have to make an offer for Amazing Red. We already have him under contract. The momentum is different, and probably in a good way compared with 2016, in that it was like almost exclusively based on if you win or you lose, as far as your happiness and your momentum. Because just like in real life, if you're facing a much tougher opponent, and you're 50-50 as far as the offense, you can look strong in a losing effort. There's a risk to that, but point is that it's not as binary as it might look in 2016. There's more the human element to it, which means unpredictability. What I really need to do is drop it down to like 20. It's 20 to 30, but that's really good as far as selling goes. Make it 80 on the selling. Let's see if there's anybody that matches that. We already have Adrian Quest booked for this show. Let's set the age at 35. Let's set the age at 30. Oh. Again, these pop-ups are weird. Because I need to have this open to see the cost per show. Because if you have it on popularity, it won't give you that pop-up box. But as soon as you do, boom, there's the box. It would be nice to be able to disable that if possible. I don't know if that's going to be possible, though. And if not, then I'll have to deal with it. Ellis Taylor. Although, when I plugged red in there, that kind of took the need away. And as much as I don't want to just rely too much on the guys that have offered but not yet signed, I think I've got what I need. And I think this will go to a time limit draw. I could change my mind, but Perkins debuts, and it's not a loss for him, and ACH is one of my top guys. He's very much, as far as popularity goes and ability, it's a good match. So I think it should be a good show. Look at the top 3 matches. ACH and TJ Perkins, TJP coming in. Battle of the Initials. Then a couple of weeks of build for this. Cain Velasquez and Drew Gulak. Then you have Cain going over. And then Chris Hero's first defense of the Launch Wrestling World Championship beats Rob Van Dam, presuming that Rob Van Dam signs the contract like the others are on this list with the question marks. So, of course, I want to keep a close watch on a day-to-day basis for the top stories board. Sometimes it only shows up once, or at least in the series game of this game prior to this. Like if somebody was about to have a contract come up and be available to sign, you would see in top stories, but like you had to do something that day, basically, or very soon, because eventually they either left the company they were with, or usually they would sign a new deal. They would sit there negotiating, that sort of thing. See, I drew 15 fans. 15. So, that's a concern. But I mean, I had 12 in my first show, so at least it went up. And I mentioned this before, I like how it shows the skills on the random profile pages. There's a lot for this to compute. I got 16 gigs of memory, but even with that, it's a lot to process. Cody versus Pac versus MJF. I still think of him as Pac, and I've never heard why they want to start calling him Pac. I know Pac-Man, maybe that's the idea. Although X-Pac is what I think of when I hear that initially. I think of Sean Waltman. Yeah, Hangman Page and Kenny Omega defending against Jimmy Havoc and Shawn Spears. They got 81. It's a pretty good episode of Dynamite, I gotta say. Gresham worked my show the night before. I mean, it's great I was able to bring him in, but his schedule, I'll be able to pick my spots with him from the looks of it, but I don't want to rely on him too much. Oh, I got mail. Oh, come on. Well, you know what? He probably wasn't worth it almost $2,000 anyway, so I have another issue now. I have to find a main event opponent for Chris Hero. Good to know now. That's why I do this one day at a time on the advance, because this will give me time to hopefully get somebody in. All right. Reset. I wish I could have it always reset to be like a wrestler that can work in the USA. That's an active wrestler. I wish I could make that the template, but I don't think that's possible. Popularity, let's see with 50. 50 on that and too greedy. Say 60 on the stamina, just so there's somebody thrown in there that shouldn't be in there. Okay, that can be narrowed down a bit. We'll go 60 on consistency and safety and selling. Well, let's go active wrestler. Males, so I'll cut out the women, but still a long list. I can't get to Cedric, although I probably don't have it where it's to hire. Yeah. Something else I wish it would default to. Okay, that cut it back a bit. I was thinking about Shamrock before, but I don't know if having him go in a main event match might be a mistake. I almost think it'd be better to bring him in to face Velasquez at some point. They don't tease me there. Show me you could bring in Marufuji when he's not willing to come in. Although that would be a pricey bring in, and I have my concerns about budgeting at this point. Ugh. Kill me with a pop-up box. Oh, come on. I could bring in Silas Young. Oh, it's kind of a weird matchup, though. They're actually probably a good match, but as far as that being the first world title defense, and nothing against Silas Young, it's just he's never been in my company before. So if I bring somebody in new to challenge, you know what? Go to Jeff Cobb. I had given consideration to moving down RVD to take on and put over Leo Rush, but I thought, I'm paying almost $2,000 to bring in RVD, put him in the main event. But now that he's backed out, just one appearance for now. Well, you know what? I can bring him in for more than that. Although I hate to have him lose right out of the gate. And I'm not obligated to use him. It just takes up room in this column. Although I think every time I've ever played this game, this column gets way too full because I play it that way. A lot, especially and why not? If I can have a bunch of guys, you know, kind of like on demand available that are willing to work and can fit the style and all that. Although, he's right now in the game with ROH and PWG. I should look at his schedule before I get too excited. Okay, Tuesdays. Tuesdays are free, at least thus far. Got a Ring of Honor that runs on Wednesday night in this game, so they have him positioned. There could be some weekend interference if I were to run a big event as opposed to a weekly event, but I don't have aspirations for that just yet. And really, as long as he can work there, I mean, I don't have to pay anything extra to keep him around. That's awkwardly worded. They really care about relationships in this game. That's very probing questions. All right. Oh, of course, had that open behind us. All right, so unlimited appearances. He's based out of Southeast. Don't have to pay transit. $1,300 a pop, and I'm not obligated to anything beyond this, but I could use him as long as he's willing. Pretty much indefinitely. Oh, that merch cut. Always with the merch cut. Let's see if we go over 12 or 13.25. Now, keep in mind, I was going to be bringing in Rob Van Dam, and I'd pay just $1 shy of $2,000 to get him to agree, and then he backed out of it. This is where I'm starting to get tempted to go. Let's go one appearance for now. Although I'm not obligated, and I don't think that's going to make a difference in the decision. So he doesn't get too stuck on that merch sales for what could potentially be just one night. Let's go $13.99. I'm not sure. And he'll say yes. The one appearance. I keep going back and forth on that. I'm used to there being a penalty to signing somebody to a deal like this, and that you'd have to give them some sort of a downside guarantee to keep them available. And that means you need to use them at least once a month. All right. Did he already say no to $13.99? Yeah, he did. About $14.50. Come on, Jeff. $14.30. Dude. $14.50. But I can't go over 10%. That's the restriction. And that's the downside to being a child company where I have a parent company that has certain restrictions in place. And again, this is something that's brand new for Total Extreme Wrestling 2020, this new game. $14.75. Come on. $14.99. I really would just go one appearance at this point. It's be expensive. Dude, come on. Work with me. Give me a number. Let me bet it. Come on. Bet against myself. $15.45. $15.75. Come on. Dude, how many shirts are you going to sell in this show? One appearance. $15.99. Why did it start me at $13.00 or something when it's going to be? Just bidding against myself. Keep saying no. Yeah, definitely one appearance at this point. That's it. Creative control. Well, I'm not going to give you that because you might balk at having to put over my champ. But that's why I'm paying you this money. And I can rationalize and say I was going to pay Rob Van Dam $19.99, which is what I was going to pay him. About $1,700 then. A run-in by Dave Prazak and put down the negotiating pen. Well, we may not get him for this show. Can't get any sort of like sweetheart deals here. Not gonna hook him up with a Kip Fry like huge contract circa 1992 WCW. All right, so he's not gonna come in unless I give him creative control. I'm not gonna do that. I can't go over $16.90. So will not be Jeff Cobb on the show. They tease me that should like Kijimuto, but no. Yeah, give me the box for PCO. Watch. Yep. Now, there are other ways I can address this, potentially. So I don't have every major wrestler on every show. I could have him defending against like Bestia 666, but I don't think that's a good idea at all. Okay, let me take a look at where Rob Van Dam was as far as popularity. 65, okay, that's a bit higher than what I'm looking at here. And then Jeff Cobb would have been 55. Of course, Rob Van Dam also wanted almost $2,000. And then when I gave it to him, he said no. So Austin Theory, as a one-off, although the irony with Brian Cage that he's actually now signed with AEW, as opposed to me as the child company, the feeder for AEW with Launch Wrestling, my all-men's promotion. Let's see how the negotiations might go with Brian Cage. Oh, he's got a torn bicep in the game. I mean, he had one in real life as well, but they don't know he's recovered from it apparently. And not that he could, because this, the mod basically freezes it where your game begins as far as the last time I downloaded it. It was accurate at the time. But if you're looking for a modern day mod, Killing the Business has been great fun. I recommend it. Alright, so I was thinking Brian Cage, but he was out with a bicep tear. Brody King is a possibility. I mentioned him before. There's plenty of deals out there. Let's see what his schedule looks like. I can bring him in. That would work. Brody King versus Chris Hero. I would watch that match and enjoy it in all likelihood. I saw Brody King versus Jeff Cobb last year in Nashville on a New Japan show of all things. It was a very good house show match. It was like a long match. Two powerhouses. All right. We'll have to pay transport to bring him in from the Southwest, but it's like that with everybody. Just 1,400. I could go for unlimited, but already looked at his schedule. You can see. For now, it's not hitting any Tuesdays, but although, I mean, this would just give me the opportunity to book him on down the line. It doesn't obligate me to anything. So unless there's an advantage to only saying one show versus, open-ended, I don't think that I've seen it thus far. Well, let's see, 1,400 for Mr. Brody King. Oh, the merch cut. Here we go. 1425. How long until Prazak does a run in? 1450. How about 1499? All right, 1525. Come on. I think it'll be worth it when I get him, but come on, dude. Help me out. But I can't go over that 10%. That's the rule. Gotta see how hype it's gonna go. Merch you gonna sell? 1775. Oh, we have a run in here soon to tell me I've reached the upper limit. Even 1800. Hey, there we go. So we have Brody King with an offer that would be open-ended. He has other obligations, as you can tell. But he would be a good addition. So Rob Van Dam out. Brody King making his debut, challenging for the world title. And I realize that it can be seen as a negative to have somebody just show up and immediately challenge for a title. But I think doing it this way will be fine. I had 15 fans at our last show. We gotta pick it up. So this is where you see this. Looks like a Rubik's Cube or like a part of one. The 4 squares. It takes you back to your main menu. If you want to see your office area, it's the briefcase. You can see from there a bunch of different options. And I mentioned this before, but to reiterate, if you're looking for roster overview and think that might be taken out of the game, it's just under a new name, under contracts. Same spot even. And instead of being like main event, upper mid card, etc., it's like major star, and then down from there. Because my company is so small, I presume that makes everybody a major star. Nowhere to go but up. Cody Hall is getting paid $40 a show. Big Cass is in there making just shy of 1,400. All right, so we'll advance to Friday. What's this new filthy Tom Lawler feud? That actually is a great matchup. Harry Smith against Tom Lawler. I think that's happened in real life too. Maybe MLW, maybe. All right, so Cody Hall got a gig with Noah. Let's see if that adjusts the schedule any. At least for now, his Tuesdays are free. Although, again, he's low enough. I mean, he's down like 12s and a 17 with me. There's a part of me that wants to just end the feud now with him and Big Cass, but I want to give it one more shot, so have a tag match. At least that's my idea. That in part is a chance for may have Slater get the win. May have been Danhausen who's going up. So he's the first call up. Something that was sent down, and after one show they thought he was ready. So I'm told it's like 28 days or however long at this point until he'll be going back up to the main roster with AEW. There's been a lot of team breakups and new teams formed as there are various computer AI-controlled companies that are making some changes. That's interesting with Miyahara because he's in this game has just signed with New Japan. It's like him finishing up. Yeah, he put over Kai in his last night. Well, I presume that's his last night. Maybe it's not. I know for a fact I saw that it was listed with him going to New Japan. Let's let him work both. That maybe what happened. Exclusive written. So yeah, he's on his way out from All Japan. That would be very problematic for All Japan if that happened in real life. He was an absolute ace for them last year. Yeah, I've argued it before. I voted for him, for Miyahara, as the MVP for Japan for 2019. There may be others that were more outstanding, Okada, Ospreay, etc. But nobody individually meant as much to his company in Japan, in my opinion, as Kento Miyahara meant to All Japan Pro Wrestling. You take Miyahara out of there, and look at the match quality just drop because so many of his matches were what made up the top 10 of, whatever, between the CageMatch.net rankings and Dave Meltzer's star ratings. Anyway, point is that would be in real life really problematic, but in this case, we'll see what happens. So they have the Misawa Memorial. Pro Wrestling Noah was formed as an offshoot after the death of Giant Baba. It was Giant Baba's wife that took control of the promotion. And it didn't go very well as far as the way I understand, as far as her getting along. She had a notorious rep for being the bad cop. It's like with Vince McMahon, where he gets like his, whether it's John Laurinaitis or Jim Ross or whoever's in the role, to let them be the bad cop. Anyway, so almost all the talent, there were some foreigners that stayed, Kawada stayed, and there was like maybe Mossman, but everybody else went over to Noah. It would be good for pro wrestling in general if Noah could be strong whenever things can get back to normal, whatever it'll be like when things get back to normal. It's going to be quite the process. Phoenix getting the win. I wish I could book guys from CMLL, but they've got a Wednesday night show, so that's prevented me from doing so thus far. all the booking scoops from MLW. That guy's jumping all over the place. Mikey Nichols from New Japan to Noah. And The Bodyguard. And I can't laugh at that too much. I mean, there's The Undertaker. Alright, so Ring of Honor's trying to sign up some talent. We already know about Cody Hall and Noah. And then the Deonna Purrazzo storyline. Oh, that's in Sharp. I should probably take a look at this. Because that's the company I created to have the AI run, this computer run, as an all-women's promotion. My company, Launch Wrestling, is all men's promotion. With the idea being that women can work, everywhere on the card with Sharp and gain experience in main event settings. That's 100% how I would do it if Tony Khan were to ask me. I'd recommend that. Of course, there's expense, but I've spent a lot more money than they have this month. Although they're below me as far as the ranking goes. But it's for two brand new companies. It's not exactly like we're dipping on the heels of WWE at this point. Although with our parent company, that's another matter. And so these are all hired by the AI. I was wondering how many they were going to get and who they were going to get. So I don't think they've had any shows yet, but they didn't have any wrestlers until very recently. Well, it's Friday, week 3 of June 2020 in the game. That shows the Sharp All That's Left show. So maybe they will have one. We'll see for the when it comes out for the top stories from tomorrow. I don't think Sharp had their show last night because they're not listed. But if they weren't ready yet, that's fine. We got a main event with the likes of Caristico, Mystico, Volador Jr. You're doing pretty good. Tuesday in week 1, but that's realistic though. I'm not sure how much that was reflected in past versions of this series going back to 2016 and beyond. Going back, I should pay attention to this. But it's decisions. I mean, this is going to be we'll be able to complete the deal with Adrian Quest. Bring him in as a one-off. So these guys are waiting on. For Jay Bradley, Brody King. Brody King will probably be the last of the bunch because I had to go one day later after Rob Van Dam decided he didn't want to come work for the one-off for almost $2,000. But better to find out when I did than like the night before the show. I'll be able to make adjustments. All right, let's see. It starts to get funny after a while when you're playing a real-life mod and seeing like what the AI does with WWE long term. Now this is quite the 6-man tag match. Bobby Lashley is a rib. Bobby Lashley, Murphy's and Buddy Murphy, and Lars Sullivan beat Jordan Devlin and Heavy Machinery. I can only imagine. The Viking Raiders. I want to sign them just to give them their old names back. They can be the War Raiders. I'm fine with that, but give me Rowe and give me Hanson so I know who's who. Ivar or whatever. And like Eric, not to be used with Eric Rowan. That company is so strange. All right. Not get too caught up in the minutia with the. Oh, Travis Banks hurt. Well, he's hurt, whatever the case. I wasn't going to book him at this point anyway. I was just curious because I remember having trouble finding that before. I know it's in there somewhere. It's under talk to workers. That's a new thing they've added where you can basically find out they're willing to take a crazy bump versus getting to the show and just hoping they'll go ahead with it when you ask them. Skills. Okay. Under skills, they have the injuries. So it can still perform. So if you're wondering where to find them, it's there. It's just, you wouldn't think injury information would be under skills, but that's where it is. And once you know and figure it out, I imagine it's not a big deal. It's just that initial learning curve. Man, companies are losing their time slots. Not good. Huge road to Noah. Please. Although you can leave Peter, the Tokyo Latina. She doesn't have to go. Oh, what a coup for NXT. Shota Umino. Red Shoes, the referee's son. And that guy's super talented. It was one of those I didn't even give any notion to asking him to work a show with me because I figured he was doing his Young Lion stuff with Rev Pro, and apparently he is, but plans change. They buried the lead there. That's the biggest story of them all. Look at what was on SmackDown Live, but all right. Oh hey. So yeah, this is the Killing the Business mod. Now, I don't think it's the most up-to-date mod because I've started this game whenever it was, a week ago or whatever. So there may be some new information, like guys that have signed somewhere in the last week or left a company or whatever. My next show is on Tuesday of week 4, so I'm kind of just going through and perusing the top stories. Companies are losing their time slots. That's not good. It's crazy in Japan. Wrestlers are jumping all over. It's like there's an abrupt shift in the way it was viewed, where suddenly that was a encouraged thing. All right. So advance now to Sunday. There is some risk as far as making sure this is the decisions box right here. Got Frank the Clown in the main event. Warrior Wrestling, it's really interesting to see the level of talent they're able to book. Because it's a charity show. It's a fundraiser for scholarships, for education. In Chicago Heights. I'm still not sure how they make it work, but I'm glad they do, because that's another place for independent wrestlers who are top tier to be able to, I imagine, get a nice payday. Okay, so we'll have Robert Gibson pick that photo for him. I have the Rock and Roll Express on my next show as a one-off, but I've got to make sure we get Ricky Morton on board, or else we got to figure something else out. So there was some risk to that, but between now and Tuesday as far as the game time goes. If it have to change the card, it's not the end of the world. Should overlook something here. This is going to be kind of weird with Stardom because this won't have the latest with what happened. I'm not sure if it has. Yeah, there's Hana Kimura is on the roster there, so I don't know what to do with that. That's weird because that's a really touchy one because it just happened. This girl's 22 years old. Just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. You know what I might do? I think you can edit within. Yeah, I think there's a way to get into the database. I mean, the idea of this game is to be an escape, but then it's like you almost have to take into account real life things like the pandemic or like a tragic situation that happened with her. Okay, well, I'll just have to wait till the first of the month. Or maybe there's an in-game editor. Why? Stardom's on there, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, there it is. It's under World, of course. Okay, I need to edit the promotion. We'll have to leave it for now. I'll check on the first of the month and see if it'll let me retire her character in the game. Oh, that's awkward as hell. This poor girl just died in my game. There she is. Been a lot of bicep injuries thus far. I mean, I'm only now to the end of the third week, and there have been several people with bicep tears. Show got almost 300,000. All right. Build a bot. The game comes up with some interesting things. So is Wuhan Nation, did he escape from WWE? Does he have to be Apollo Crews anymore? No, he's still there today. Wishful thinking. Ishii's the man. Best brawler today. He's won that award in the Wrestling Observer newsletter, I think 5 years in a row for best brawler. I've seen him wrestle live a few times, some against Kenny Omega in Long Beach in the final of the IWGP US title tournament. It's a phenomenal match. Probably the best singles match I've ever seen live. And the guy's older than me. I'll turn 43 in, I guess, 3 months. Here's this guy at 44, being 45 later this year, I think. And I imagine the time off, as difficult as that's been for everyone, someone like Ishii, I'm sure his body was able to make the most of it as far as being able to rest up finally. All these guys work hurt. I mean, if you're a pro wrestler, you got to deal with injuries. That's an unfortunate part of the business. It's very difficult. Okay, there's my decisions box. So hopefully I have several signees. All right, so we have Ricky Morton, Jay Bradley, Brody King, and Laredo Kid. I think that's everybody. Yeah, so we got everybody on board that I wanted. So that means we will have Brody King for the main event. And it may be a blessing in disguise that Rob Van Dam backed out on me after agreeing to a deal initially. And I don't remember that happening in past games, which is actually a good thing because that's more realistic to how we might have it in real life. Things, plans change. So I'm going to take the question marks away from the Rock and Roll Express Adrian Quest. Laredo Kid has been taking on Leo Rush for the sprint title. Sprint title is similar to the CMLL, the Blitz 10-minute matches that are a lot of fun. Is that melded with the concept of the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Beat the Champ TV title, where the champ retained 5 weeks in a row. You have to vacate the title and they'd have a new champion. In this case, you keep the title and keep going. You know, as long as you make that defense every week. If you have to miss TV or something comes up or you get injured, vacate the title. As much as I don't like to vacate titles, in this case it actually works. Because if I'm going to have a secondary title, it needs to be different than the main event title. Because otherwise, why would you vie for it? And what's the difference? It's not like teams clamor to get the NIT as opposed to the NCAA basketball tournament. Not to go college basketball any there, but that's popped in my head. So I think we're good. The old plus sign stuff. Remember, I want Lloyd to win the fall because Briggs is actually a developmental guy, and Lloyd's one of my guys. I had Briggs win the last week, so this week I have Lloyd win. Kind of balance it out. It's the pre-show, so it's trying to get some reps for the guys and the women. In the case of Alicia Fox. Another main roster AEW signee that they've sent down to me for training is a manager named Joey Eastman. But his microphone skills, at least in this game, weren't quite up to what I had hoped for. But I can tell you he speaks better English than Bestia 666, where it lists him as like passable English. So, with that in mind, I'll have Eastman with him as manager, and we'll get like a tryout match on the pre-show. Maybe they'll click great, maybe it'll be a clash, it'll be weird, and then I'll not to do that, I'll go in a different direction. That's the advantage of those pre-show matches. Of course, more people on the card means more money spent. So, all that has to be taken into account. Pose down. Jordan Grace. It'll be interesting to see if promotions that with just handshake deals with some of their women, if they'll be allowed to work for Sharp, which is now set up as the developmental promotion on the women's side for AEW in the game. So Gary, who created this mod, he's in the game, and they put him in charge as the announcer and on-screen personality. Kind of like I'm the play-by-play guy for my promotion. Well, I actually do this in real life. Not pro wrestling, but I've called a lot of sports through the years. Okay, that's where the AEW main roster signed. This would actually probably be great if they did this in real life at some point when things get back to normal, whenever that is. So you get the exclusive deal, so you don't have to worry about any unsavory companies going in and trying to poach your talent. Down to Tuesday. There's Naito. Let's see what this computer-generated version of Raw was. Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar beat AJ Styles and Jinder Mahal. Bray Wyatt versus Rey Mysterio. Actually sounds like a match they would do just to make me angry. Baron Corbin all over the product. Of all the people to take from that NXT TakeOver Dallas show, give the mega push, it's Corbin. Anyways. I would have had to tell Samoa Joe the bad news that he's putting over Shelton Benjamin. And again, this is the AI going through and making new tag teams and sorting things in different ways. I highly doubt epidemic of hate would be a word that, first of all, I wouldn't use hate in a title anyway to begin with. Epidemic, they would not use in a headline or a title today either, although for different reasons. If only 4.4 million viewers on the WWE Network. Wow, Kushida beat Adam Cole to win the NXT title. They love their three-way and four-way matches in this game. And I know that's popular in a lot of promotions now. I don't like it. Unless there's a good reason for it. Storyline-wise, you give me a good reason to have a three-way match and it makes sense and okay. But it's done to death now. And this first fall wins nonsense just drives me bonkers. And it's not just WWE that does that. I mean, it drives me crazy. And AEW, New Japan, I mean, it's my favorite promotions do it that way. And I get it, because, okay, if you have a four-way match, you're going to ask one person to do a job, or you're going to ask three people to. But then you've got a situation like MJF, and they're talking about him on the pay-per-view last night, Double or Nothing. And they talk about him having a loss because he was in a four-way match where he wasn't involved in the fall. It's like, really? Although, look, if that's the worst thing I've got to worry about, I'll be okay. Look at this and wonder, what if with Kushida? In that Dish network. Actually, I have Dish myself. There's a lot of cord cutters out there, but particularly for college football, I have to have this wide selection of channels that I promise you Xfinity won't have, because I've looked. DirecTV was a good product as well when I had it before, but that's been some time. Samurai TV. International exposure there, AAA. I don't get why CMLL doesn't have anything as far as like English language translation for their shows. They stream online. It's not that tough to get somebody to do play-by-play, you wouldn't think, but AAA has tried, and it's at times been very awkward, but in the most positive AAA of ways. Like, you kind of accept it because there's a zaniness to their shows, and this thing would be ridiculous. It'll be some horribly botched spot, and then 15 seconds later, you're breathtaking because there's been some spectacular move, because it's Lucha Libre can be really, really good when it's done properly. But that last part's an important caveat. Bad Lucha, not so much. So there's a lot as far as the floor and the ceiling as far as the good and the bad. But while there's this frenetic craziness with AAA, it somehow is endearing and not off-putting. And I'm not sure why. I mean, I'm not complaining, it's just So Baron Corbin lost, and an Achilles, tendonitis for a few months. 39 days. So Achilles injuries are no joke. That an Achilles injury might be what ends the career of Ember Moon. She had a ruptured Achilles when she was chasing after the 24/7 championship. This is the same woman that I saw in the ring with Asuka over WrestleMania 33 weekend in Orlando. For the first time, I saw somebody in the ring with Asuka and thought, this is somebody that can hang with her, with Ember Moon. I wanted to see Asuka's winning streak continue, and it did. But if they would have pulled the trigger that night, put it on Ember Moon, I would have been okay with it. So to go from that to the main roster nonsense that everybody has to deal with, it's been disappointing. So I hope for her sake that she's able to recover, but it's not like a torn ACL. It's much more difficult. And in the old days, an ACL tear was much more severe. Terry Allen came back from 2 torn ACLs in 1994, and that more than 25 years ago. But that was like a revolutionary thing. It had never been done. He would have like several 1,000-yard seasons after that. It was quite remarkable. Anyway. Achilles injuries are bad news. Now is a very dangerous time for NXT. It's like on a fortune cookie when the projection is almost hauntingly on point, because they had a 0.13 rating last week. That's the lowest their show has had. I want to think Dave Meltzer said their average was around 56, the average age of the person that watches. I'm not sure what the methodology is on that, but it's not good. I mean, for the longest time, NXT was its own little special place that you didn't have Vince McMahon having all his influence on nearly as much. I mean, he was still there, but really, I think that show going on the USA Network caused all sorts of problems for WWE. And I know why they did it, trying to stave off what All Elite Wrestling has done. Look, that ship has sailed, and they're still operating like they're in a monopoly mode, to try and keep everybody down. Or at least the bulk of them. The brand is the star. Anyway, I have to go on another WWE tirade. Stress fracture for Killer Cross. He's got a new name in WWE, I think. They wouldn't let him be Killer, which I do understand that. But I think it's a carry-on or something. I mean, I don't watch the product at all, or very rarely. And no offense to the people, they have some people I love under contract there, some of my favorites. But I feel like I'm rewarding bad behavior to watch any WWE at this point, because of how horribly that company's run, and how horribly the people there are treated. These supposed independent contractors who are micromanaged to death, and under no reasonable look would possibly be quantified or qualified as an independent contractor. If you look on the, funny enough, the Small Business Association website, the place that Linda McMahon ran for a while, which was just the height of irony to me. Anyway, not to talk politics either, just this is what comes to mind. So we're all good as far as the lineup goes. It's Brody King in on a one-off. I bet that'll be a good match. Him and Chris Hero, have him go about 20 minutes. And there's some sizzle to this semi-main we've been building to Velasquez versus Gulak. I'm going to have ACH go to a draw in 20 minutes with TJ Perkins. So TJP debuting, but I don't want to beat him out of the gate. And I really don't want to beat ACH either, because he lost in week 1 to Leo Rush when they were fighting for the Sprint Championship. But I know they'll have a good match together, or at least they should. And I like the way that the balance would be for the way the show's going to play out. They'll have like 20 fans there, so I'm afraid it's very slow, incremental, and I hope I haven't overspent. That's possible, and I may face a severe penalty for that. I don't know. I already saw the CEO assigned to the company, which is Dave Prazak. That was the game that decided that. Dave did a run-in. It's the first time I've seen that in the game. Come in and say, no, we're not going to spend more than that. So we didn't get Jeff Cobb. Although I think it may be okay in the long run with getting Brody King in there. All right. This is going to advance us to the show. See, tonight, I mentioned Dave Prazak, and that was the thing that, so he's like the liaison essentially between AEW and Launch. But it's not my company. I mean, I run it, but it's, I'm the booker and all the play-by-play guy. But ultimately, this is a promotion owned by All Elite Wrestling. That's the way the game is set up. Now, I understand that when the first of the month hits, your money's supposed to go back to zero. But I don't know if there are certain ramifications that come from saying, oh, we're 136,000 plus down. Can you spot us a few? And there's not even any precedent to look at, because this particular way of playing the game was never possible before, with a human player as a child company and the AI controlling the parent company, and a separate child company specifically for women. They gave me the warning on Danhausen getting called up. And I've had mixed emotions on how to deal with that. He's going to be doing a job tonight, but it's still going to be him in there with, where's he at? Did I change that part? Oh no, there he is, yeah. That's the Cody Hall match. Well, if nothing else, this undercard feud with Big Cass and Cody will let me know just what's possible and not possible as far as an undercard feud with people that are seen as major stars, but maybe the fans aren't keen on them being with this promotion. I mean, I'm talking about a subsection of hardcore that's gonna be like one of 12 people at the show, one of 15 people, and not because of like some gimmick contest, not because of social distancing or anything like that. It's just brand new. Even the name wrestlers I brought in, still it's a slow build. I guess I can go through and get rid of these gimmicks. Much easier to do this in 2020 compared with 2016. Cancel gimmick change. I'll come in just without a gimmick. The way this is set up, if a wrestler doesn't have a gimmick, that's fine. No penalty. However, if they do have one, it can have a positive effect or a negative effect depending on how effective it is. Eastman, I'm going to leave as an arrogant heel because he was somebody that was signed by AEW main roster and then sent to me to learn to be a manager or improve his skills before he hits the main roster. So I'm going to leave his gimmick there. We'll see how it goes. Because that's how it would be in real life. With a true developmental company, you would have some interaction with people making decisions in the major company, the parent company. Unlike WWE, where the disconnect is just overwhelming. All right, Jay Bradley. You can be a badass if you want to, that's fine. He's a one-night only thing. Thrill Seeker. He's teamed with the Rock and Roll Express. Why not? Alright, this wrestling royalty stuff. It's the Rock and Roll Express. They don't need a gimmick. Just play their music, let them out there. Double drop kick. Flying head scissors, take it home, and then you're done. Brody King does not need a gimmick. He's happy. He's got another payday, so I'm sure he's happy. But again, this used to be like a 6-step process to cancel a gimmick, especially with the one-night hires, which I tend to do a lot playing this game. Perhaps more than other people do. I don't know. There's a positive thing with this series in that you can go in a lot of different directions with this game depending on what you think is going to work best, your personal preferences as far as match layouts or company actions. A lot of different stuff that you can kind of meld to be more along the lines of what you would do if you ran a promotion, which is part of the appeal of this. Okay, so no gimmick for Brody King. We'll X out of this. Okay. These are the guys that are all working my show tonight, and then they're done. It's just, I think it could be brought back at some point. Set a new deal, but so we got Quest, Rock and Roll Express. They'll be in a losing side of a 6-man tag going up against FTR, the former Revival, and Chris Sabin. So we'll see how they function as a 6-man team on both sides. I'm not sure. Adrian Quest is the youngest by far of that trio, and he's going to end up getting pinned or made to submit or whatever the finish is. Eastman, I guess I should have signed a client. That's why I want to go through this one more time and look through it. Let's see, roster. Joel Eastman. I'll probably need to do it the other way because he's going to be managing Bestia 666. It's a little bit of a pain because there's still, like, this doesn't list his language skills at all. You have to go to click on the picture and then go, well, the skills, that's the same screen from before. There's the popularity. I will also be interested to see how the popularity changes once the 1st of July hits. Because I've been sitting at 0. So we'll see. hopefully this large financial output has not been done in vain. At best, he had a luchador gimmick. I said, okay, keep it. And that worked out pretty well. So I had to figure out how to give him a manager. I did this before when I assigned Connor a manager with Alicia Fox, who, again, the main company signed and then sent to me to develop as a manager. Personal info, thank you. Thank you, Mike, I appreciate it. This is more if I were to ask a question. The old passive-aggressive hints to get on the gas. So I see in personal info, we got the relationships and language skills are, where it's less effective, passable English. All the more reason to try a manager out with them. Even if that manager doesn't show just a ton of promise. Yeah, passable English. The physical abilities. He's in for one show, so it'll be asking, or not for one show. He's going to be on the pre-show, I should say. It's Mike Seidel. I need to. You have to click on his name. That's what it is. I think. Manager. I mean, there's not like, you'd think that would be a different color, like it's a hyperlink. Like you're to click there. I knew to do it. It took me 5 minutes to remember. Although once you know it, get used to doing it that way, I guess it'll be okay. All right, so Joey Eastman. So at least, I mean, it was a shot in the dark with Alicia Fox with no real managing experience, being hired to be a manager. Connor, who I'm just trying to get as far away from the Ascension as possible and just have as a singles, kind of like an undercard monster type. All right, so now I've got Eastman assigned with Bestia. Why does it say he doesn't have any clients? Because that's changed now. Let me double check. Didn't save it. This is where it bothers me. There are parts of the game where you save it and continue by hitting X, and others where you don't. So, a heads up there. If you go to this screen, make sure you hit save. Now, there says it. Yeah, the promise button. There are things, and I know there's a lot of information on the screen. I appreciate not having to jump through a half dozen windows to get the information I need. But it would be nice if this would be lit up in just a different color. But I don't know if that's possible. I don't want to whine too much about the game. It's so much fun to play. And part of just learning how it works for something like this as a child company, just because that wasn't possible before. Let Eastman be an arrogant heel because I'm not messing with the gimmicks of anybody that's sent down from AEW main roster for us to develop. Quest, Thrill Seeker, that's fine. He's teaming with Rock and Roll Express. Laredo Kid is a classic Technico. I mean, I could keep it that way. But okay, I'm taking on Leo Rush, who doesn't really do anything. Yeah, maybe it's possible with the skin that can be changed. I don't know what's possible and what's not as far as that goes. Although once you know to do it, actually remember to, at least it's there and it's an option. All right, so I'm going to take away say no gimmick. advance the show. Jazz Bones. That's kind of a strange name. Okay, we're expecting, let's see. Oh, at first I have to set up the television. So it's similar. I found it a bit awkward in past iterations of this game, and I think it's still the same where you have to go through, first of all, let's see if anybody's absent. Okay, well, oh, plans change. Look at that. I didn't check to see who was working Impact tonight. Oh no, okay. Well. So you want to be a promoter. Oops. Alright, so we have a Laredo Kid appearance we'll have just sitting around until find a date where we're running and Impact isn't. Sabin being out. Buddy, I was trying to protect you. Alright. So Scott Demore, but that's fine, he was just a road agent. We've got others. PB Smooth injured. Gail Kim, oh. We down to 2 as far as the road agents go. I could probably employ another veteran or 2. Maybe have Ricky and Robert put together a match. So no Scott Demore, no Gail Kim, no Laredo Kid, and no Chris Sabin. So. I really want this to be a 6-man tag because I don't want to pin the Rock and Roll Express. Not to protect them per se, but just because I think it'd be more effective to not do it that way. Plenty of flexibility as far as my undercard goes. So I'll have a spot to fill in the 6-man tag, but this is mid-card, so most of my top guys will be okay. Laredo Kid. You put the X there like it's the way New Japan Pro Wrestling puts it on their English language website when it's a mystery person or somebody to be announced or determined. It's an X. Alright. So. I was able to have Fred Yehai, who wasn't liked by the crowd for whatever reason in week 1. And I had him win in a pre-show match. I was able to have him face Leo Rush on the last show for week 2 for the sprint title. And it turned out fine. It was like a 63 match rating. Alright. Broadcasters. Another one you have to know to click on. I wish there was a way to select them all, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just another hoop you have to jump through. We always have to do this part first, the way this game's been set up through the years. I'm glad I did a dry run of this game initially before I started the one for the live stream, because at 100% revenue, I didn't negotiate it very well for the first couple, like 25%. I didn't know it could go to 100 because it suggests like 10. So it was helpful to know that, so I made sure with all of these they got 100%, although it's not like we've been drawing a huge audience for the first 2 shows. So it locks in the broadcasters. We already know the bad news from the people working for Impact. And then the little fun tidbits when you get to play. You only get to do this once per show. Try and medal. Now. I think I tried before with Goddard's and Doan, and they kind of no-sold it. This doesn't matter all that much. It's just interesting to see the possibilities. Too much time and thought because it's not all that important in the grand scheme of things. Oh, automatic selection. Yeah, although my inclination though is to also be careful with that, because I know that once you lock it in, like they're very firm about that, the way this is set up, which is fine. No way, Jose, and we're gonna do something like the Rock and Roll Express, Ricky Morton, Adrian Quest. Extremely high chance of failing. Okay. I don't think I need a positive medal to get them on the same page. I'll just be throwing it away since they're in it on a one-off. Chris Hero. Beeman Connor. Let's see. Fairly high chance of succeeding. That's I try to say succeeding. I'm tripping over my tongue. So that's. I like the way it tells you, because you only get this one shot per show. Oh, strong friendship. There we go. So we already looked over the absent workers. So we're down to 2 road agents, which is fine. So I'll be able to cover for them with other people as need be. Take Saban out of the 6-man tag. And take Laredo Kid out from the sprint championship match against Leo Rush. I mean, 19 fans. Well, we went from 12 to 15 to 19, so we are growing, but I mean, spending a lot of money on these wrestlers coming in and working these shows, and it's not my money I'm spending, it's AEW's. But it would be natural to expect it to be a slow growth for a new company, you would think, although not necessarily to this degree. But in this case, your best bet is going to just the quote-unquote generic venue, and it doesn't really get specific. I'm not going to run Thompson Bowling Arena in Knoxville, it holds like 18,000 people. Really anywhere that's 19 people, and yet that's considerably up from the show 2 weeks ago, the first one. And I'm hoping this number will jump from 0 somewhere up, at least for Southeast on the next show. I'm stuck as insignificant until at least reach a 17 popularity in the Southeast, and I don't know how long that's going to take. Okay, so we have the venue selected. Start from the top. So put the matches in, and then I'll go back and add the promos and angles and storylines and all that. Hype videos. Chris Hero against Brody King. We'll have him go 20 minutes. This will be the first defense of the World Championship by Chris Hero. And the way it's set up, it's me on play-by-play, and then Lenny Leonard on color. Although if we were to work together in real life, I've mentioned this before, I would defer to him because he's been very, very strong at pro wrestling play-by-play for a long time. But in this game, my character, I wasn't shy about putting myself over, so it's a rather high ranking as far as the play-by-play goes. So that's why it's like that. All right. I do want to be careful as far as the officials go to not spend unwisely or have the wrong. The main event will have my top stars, my top workers. There's not going to be any Gail Kim, so it's got to be Gregory Helms on this one. Between Saban and Helms, I have to find a third person to help out. They won't penalize me as far as the match ratings go. So we'll use Jeremy Marcus, but not in this match. And that's quite the range, 41 to 86. But I like that about this game, in that you're not going to ever truly have like a number to put on somebody, and that's what their rating is. From day to day, it can be, if they're having a good day, if they're not, if they had enough sleep, and 1,000 other factors. So to that end, it makes sense. $50 a show is nice for me, not for him as much, I'm guessing. But I have to pay for his transport. Justin King, Mickey Hinton, no. Yeah, I'm sure I can find a road agent to be all right. And there are people you'd think on my roster that would be good at it from week 1 that I tried, and I basically just let the computer handle it. It did not go well for it. Like Amazing Red. Looking at Amazing Red, you'd think he'd be effective for it. They had him slotted that way. It just didn't work out so well. Okay, I'll have to pay travel for Mike Chioda, but he's my head referee, I suppose. And Helms is the best available as far as my match layout goes. And ultimately, you got Chris Hero and Brody King in there. They'll get it figured out. That's not a whole lot of direction, but I trust that Chris Hero and Brody King will be able to figure it out with that and with Gregory Helms as the agent, or what they call the producer in WWE. There's no disagreement to X to get out of it, as opposed to save. And the inconsistency with that in this game kind of bugs me sometimes. But anyway, so we got the world title, main event, head referee, best agent on the roster that's available. And the champ's going to retain. I hope we'll have a good match. Yeah, I think it would. Hero vs. King being hard-hitting in real life. I was talking about earlier, I saw Jeff Cobb against Brody King at the New Japan show in Nashville in January or early February last year, when they had the visa problems with getting the Japanese wrestlers in. Had to borrow some people. It was a super hard-hitting match, though. But I imagine Hero versus King would be maybe more striking because of how Hero's offense is. So my semi-main, I've had a couple of weeks to build up to the singles match. Cain Velasquez against Drew Gulak. Now, Cain. 49 popularity. I'm trying to slowly work him up, and at some point have him challenge, or maybe win the world title. I don't know. I want to keep it on Hero for a while, as long as it makes sense. Gulak's so good that they probably would have a great MMA style match, or even chain wrestling. I'm sure they could figure out a dozen different ways to have a good match. And with technical, he's very strong, not surprisingly, and a lot more variance you'll notice with technical as far as Cain Velasquez. To the point, I'm not going to tell them to go out and have a technical master class. I won't want to book that anyway in the semi-main because this game will punish you for that. At least it did the 2016 version. It happened one time and I remember it. Alright, so again, we're down Gail Kim and Scott DeBoer since they're working the Impact show. I agree as far as Gulak. I've been a fan of his going back to seeing him in Evolve. It's like he finally had a chance to show what he could do in WWE, and then his contract expired, of course. And I did have a bit of an advantage putting a roster together because of the fact that with the pandemic in real life, that there are a lot of wrestlers out there that released by WWE but haven't signed anywhere yet officially, that at least have been announced. So I was able to add the Revival and Gulak and Velasquez and several others. I don't want to go too long. I mean, his stamina's gonna be fine. Let's see, with Cain, I'm not sure. A lot of variance there. Not take him too long. We'll go like 11 minutes. I think they can handle that. Now, this one I will book a lot more. As far as more tight, as far as the back and forth. I imagine so, Mike, with Revival and AEW. That makes the most sense. AEW actually puts an emphasis on their tag team division, and that's a major part of the appeal for teams like, I imagine Anderson and Gallows would at least consider it as well, possibly. Although there are plenty of options. Ring of Honor's looking for talent, Impact, etc. But at the moment they're not, and so that's where it's tricky. Yeah, I could see NWA being a place that they would have them go through. It would have been something if Cornette was still there. Although for all the talk of Cornette managing them, that never had made sense to me. Because, Cornette was with the Midnight Express guy. It wasn't with the Horsemen. They fought against each other. Of course, with the comments that Cornette's made, he managed to alienate himself from, the entire industry, so that's not going to be an issue. I was thinking about, a referee stoppage here. The fact that it's a Cain Velasquez match. The fans will not be happy if I give him a screw job finish. Rage DQ. A lot of options, even more than they had in 2016. To me, it makes all the sense in the world to have Arn Anderson with him. Arn worked heel for the majority of his career. Great on the mic. They've had him with Cody, but it's like Cody's character in AEW is that he can never see that he's being set up for a double cross. It keeps happening. But Arn would be perfect to put with him. I was kind of getting to that point as far as with AEW. It makes all the sense in the world, at least to me. It really surprised me to learn that Arn Anderson and Jake Roberts had never had a match against each other. They're both in the '89 Rumble, but Jake was gone by the time Arn got in the match, and that's it. Although Jake worked heel in WCW, and Arn was mostly, when Jake was there, they were both on the heel side. But they never teamed up even, not even some random spot show. But in the early 80s, I kept expecting something like that to pop up, and they were setting them up, and nope, never did have a match. And then, no, I don't want to see them have a match now. Dude, man, has any business doing that? Their respective injuries. Pro wrestling's a tough business. All right. Not doing a sports entertainment finish. No external involvement. I'm sure there's a stoppage finish. That's what it is. So Velasquez will win. Be an open match. It's a stoppage. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But before the WWF days, I know that Jake had been in the. Think about the true original Legion of Doom. I think included Jake, because that was more than just Hawk and Animal with Paul Ellering. But then when they went to the WWF, and Vince already had the Ultimate Warrior, he didn't want to have that Warrior name with them, so they became the Legion of Doom. All right, so stoppage, open match. We'll go with that. And again, this is where you don't have a save to hit; you hit X to save it, which is strange to me. All right, so Kane wins. All right, with the time limit draw here with ACH and TJ Perkins. That's not right. There we go. I have to use the storytelling match format for at least one of these matches. So I'm tempted to do it here, although I'm not going to have them try to steal the show and go 20 minutes. That would be a recipe for disaster in all likelihood. And I have to make sure to give the designation that's a time limit draw. The last save that I was playing on Total Extreme Wrestling 2016, I booked a 30-minute draw and didn't put in the time limit, and I put the time to go 30, and the game had to go 29:44 and ended at double DQ. I said, really? But it was a lesson learned. Of course, the stuff isn't in real alphabetical order or anything. So I almost know where it is, or scour the wall of text to find what you want. I don't think that's the best fit. I think we'll just leave it as regular. 20 minutes, time limit. I should probably keep it open so we both have a good showing. Before I get too far ahead, I need to make note of who I'm booking for what as far as the refs and the road agents, because I only have 2 of my usual 4 available with Gail Kim and Scott Demore both working Impact tonight. I guess I can scroll up so you can actually see what I'm typing. So my notes I'm putting there. Now Kyoto had him in the first one. Corderas is expensive. Relatively, it's a couple $100, but if I don't have to spend that money. I have Todd Sinclair in there. Had him work the semi-main. So Helms and Mike Chioda. Todd Sinclair. And Gregory Helms. Helms are I got the order wrong first of all. It's the referee, then the road agent, the way I normally write it. This is where it'd be Helms, and this is where it'd be Saban, I think. Is that right? I had it right above me, I should look. Yeah, Helms and Saban. Right. So here, actually would have Helms do it again. And we can use the referee who's not Corderas. Mickey Henson. I forget, if I don't scroll this up high enough, you can't see what I'm typing. It's Henson and Helms. It's a 20-minute time limit. We have that information in, and a draw, open match. Okay. Major issues. All right. Now, a spot to fill. Someone to team up in a winning effort, so hopefully I'll have plenty of strong possibilities, or really at least one, for a revival against Rock and Roll Express and Adrian Quest. It's Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood. It's not ACH, he's already booked, but I'll leave him there for now since he's top of the chart alphabetically. And the Rock and Roll Express, Ricky Morton, Robert Gibson, and I'm teaming up with Adrian Quest. So, I didn't book Ryder and Hawkins on this show because I don't want to book all the talent on every show every week. I don't think that makes any sense. Plus, they lost last week in the championship match for the tag team title, so it makes sense to have them away for a week to then come back, and whatever the next course of action is for them, we'll find out. popularity's down here. Just trying to think. We might have. I mean, it's a 6-man tag, so it's not that important. But for some reason on the winning end, I'd like to be something where it makes sense and where it's going to help me out. The clones I'm not having work this show either. I'm not going to put Big Cass in there. I've got him slated for later. There's a storyline with Cody Hall that I'll probably bring to an end by the next show. But it's still going for now, so I don't want to mess with it. Danhausen's going up in like 3 weeks, or give or take, to the main roster of AEW. They had sent him down to me for training. After one show, they were ready for him. I could put Yehai with him. I think I'll do that. So Yehai took the loss last week in his challenge for the sprint title against Leo Rush, but I won't have him pick up the win, but his team will get the win. I wish I could set this where we give ampersands between every name, as opposed to the comma deal. It just... Although I guess it takes up a little more space with an ampersand versus a comma, but whatever. The way these menus are set up now, you have plenty of room as far as that goes. I mean, you can do an 8-man or 10-man, okay, maybe pushing it, but... Alright, so keep the champions strong as always. Let Harwood get the win. Already noted it'd be Quest taking the loss. Decisive, yes. I'm not going to say open, they can figure that out for themselves. No interference, just a clean finish. And there we go. Now, I do have to be careful as far as making sure I take into account who my referees and agents are going to be. Notice, what happened to Sabin down there? Oh, he's not working the show. Hang on, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Where'd I get thrown off here? Oh, wait a minute. No. I feel like I'm missing something here. I mean, Helms can't do it for every match. I just plug a name in here in a second and then double back to the roster and look at my the best options of. Well, I know Red at least was set up to do it, although he got poor reviews, but I was going to think booked first. So what did I say the ref was? Yeah, Jeremy Marcus. Although now I need a question answered. Who's the Asian on this match? Oh. So, okay, I've got to figure something out. What's going on with Sabin? Okay, he's also working Impact. I just overlooked it. So I've got one agent, essentially. Okay. Well, lesson learned on that. I'll go through and look for... I know in the previous versions of this game, they have respect and reputation. Usually if you're high in both of those, you're good. Now there's experience right above it. And psychology. I'm sure that all plays into it. But I tend to think of respect and reputation. But I've tried to take experience in as well, although I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, Saban missing. All right, I'm not going to have ACH. I mean, if you look at that for red, reputation 100, respect 80, 70 in the experience. The psychology is a bit low, but I mean, how nuanced do you have to get? I didn't think about having Hero do it. That's just going to be my, at least for these two of the first four, or I guess it'd be two of the last four matches on the show. Now he's not going to age in his own match, although he could, I'm sure. Typically I'll do this in like rows of 4 just so I can keep track of it. I could try and squeeze 5 in, but then some lines would have 5 and some wouldn't, and it just gets to be a problem. Alright, so we'll have Hero, and hopefully he'll be agreeable. I mean, he's retaining the world title tonight. I think he can help with the agent team. Alright. Well, we'll have Amazing Red do some matches, but not this one. Was that Jeremy Marcus? Yeah. $50. That's granted, he's got that lower floor as far as how his officiating might be a problem. I'm gonna switch to King. I really want this match to be at least decent. Quite the. Not exactly asking for too much, I hope. But okay, so we'll go with King as a ref, although we'll use Marcus later. Making sure I didn't put Brody King in there by mistake. Picked the wrong King. Alright, so up next on the... This is the other one I gotta figure out. Somebody who can have a good match with Lio Rush, but put him over. I plan on using the 10-minute time limit on down the line, because that's the idea with the sprint title. It's the only secondary title I have, and it's different rules. It's defended every week on television, or on my events, because I can't have a television show yet. And as long as you can retain it, either by time limit or victory, you keep defending it week after week. But if you get hurt and have to miss, or a complication or out, then you vacate the title, and it starts again. It's a mix of the CMLL 10-minute sprint match and the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Beat the Champ TV title. At least that's the idea. I've had it work well in what's the last Total Extreme Wrestling game I had that I used the same concept. It seemed to work out pretty well. Alright. So I know it's going to be Lio Rush. Because of the championships category being floating, I mean, it's reasonable to think that a lower card wrestler could win it. I don't think I have Hollow Wicked on this show. I think we're about to. Well, there's only a 17 rating, but you know, I can sacrifice a few points in the middle of my card here, if that's what it takes. As well as popularity isn't all that high, I'm not. You know, Rush is the champ, and so put Hollow Wicked in there, give him a somewhat even match, and I bet you that 17 will move up, even though he'll be losing. At least that's the idea. Again, now this is the main event one, but I want this match to be as good as possible. I will ask them to go all out. Sometimes the wrestlers have trouble with the psychology on that, throws them off a bit, the pressure. But steal the show specifically, which includes the all-out match node. So I'll have to put that separately. Steal the show, Leo Rush wins. Book an open match. I'm not trying to make Hal the Wicked look bad. If anything, I want to see if Hal the Wicked can rise to the occasion. I mean, Leo Rush is going to win. It's going to be a clean win. But, there's that music reset. So, yeah, so open match. Leo Rush will retain the Launch Sprint Championship. I've got Kyoto and Helms working that. Now I'll start working in Amazing Red on some of these undercard matches. Not his own, but I mean, it's... Well, the one in Connor versus... I may go Sinclair and Hero on that one as well. I really want to see how Connor can do. He had a bad match in the last show. But against somebody like Jay Bradley, who's more talented, I'm curious. Now, there is some risk as far as... I don't know how Hero will actually be as a road agent. I've never used him in this capacity. So it's Hal the Wicked taking on Leo Rush for the sprint title. I've got to remember to check for a pesky Wednesday Night Impact. I'm throwing off my card. Okay, so it'll be Connor. And again, the pairing worked for whatever reason. I was lucky, I guess. So Alicia Fox is the manager of Connor, trying to build Connor not to forget about his time with the Ascension, think of him as a sizable threat. I don't want to go too long. Let's check the cardio. It's got a bit more. I don't want to get Bradley too blown up. We'll go 8 minutes. And the idea is for Connor to win decisively, definitively. I could make it where it's a domination for Connor, but I don't want to push my luck with that. I'm not going to make an open match, though, because I've got Bradley for the one show, and that's it, so there's not much motivation. I mean, with the match to be as good as possible, unless it's not going to get the... I could go with the storytelling on this. Because I have to use this on one of my matches. And the story being that Connor is as a singles wrestler, this unbeatable machine with Alicia Fox as his manager. A storytelling match. I do like that I can pull this down and say, okay, this is match number 6 to make sure I have my notes. That'll be the 6th match with Sinclair and Hero, respectively. There's one thing I was thinking about with a storyline. If I have to actually put this in there as a storyline element advance, or I haven't used storylines much in my last few times playing the game. I had more of the All Japan style, which is based on the matches primarily, and less about any sort of storyline elements. Yeah, I would think, because the storyline would be just Alicia Fox as Connor's manager, but I don't know if it... extras. It's the advanced storyline. Oh, okay. I don't have to do that. That's good to know. That's a good explanation section right there. This specifies that the storyline selected should be advanced, even though it wouldn't normally qualify to do so. If it would naturally advance, then this note is irrelevant and will be ignored. Which really is the end of it for us. It goes on to say this note is useful for role-playing purposes when you, excuse me, have a specific scenario in mind that isn't covered by the game's normal mechanics. Just Carnivore, if you're getting too weird for us, there's your out. All right, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, part of me wishes this could be just a regular match because I want to see how Connor would do without. Because I mean, I'll put some effort into putting them together as a pair, but I'm not going to push it on and on if it's not going to be effective. I haven't been telling them to script matches or call it in the ring. I've left it up to them. Okay. Aim of this match: set up or advance an issue, tell part of a story. Fairly simple and safe. Okay, I'm going to save that for later. We're going to go just a regular old match. Regular. So I want to see if Connor can have a good match with an opponent he's never faced before, at least not in this company. There's not any backstory to that. It's 8 minutes, must be a Connor victory. And we'll see what they can do. If it's a bad match, if it's a good match, it will affect things just like a bad one would. So why have been on the line there for Connor? That's why I tried to help him with my number 2 choice for referee and for road agent, even though Hero's not a road agent. So I've reached the earliest point of the time. When you write it like this, it's an event. It's like weekly. You can't have a weekly television show, but you have a weekly event in the same place at the same time every week. So you tell me the difference. But because it's an event, I have some latitude. It doesn't have to go exactly 120. The news producer, the TV guy in me, it drives me crazy not having it exactly at the time it's supposed to be because that's the way it works in TV. But this is a video game, so there are some options. So I could have this just be the show and that's it, and it would be enough time. I would need to add another match for storytelling. I would need to add another match as well for car crash. I almost feel like I'm going to have to start bringing in guys, like one-offs to have on the pre-show to burn through that car crash ruling. Or the rule, that's not a ruling, it's just where it requires me to have one or else I face a penalty. Either that or a wild brawl. Even though I can't sign any brawlers. Which is very odd, I don't know why it's like that. Although one might be the way I've got my company set up, which is similar to AEW, but not all the same. I don't have faces and heels per se. Some will be more one way or the other, but not just good guys and bad guys. All right. This is, I don't know what to expect out of this one. It's Big Cass, trying to establish him. I mean, not as much as with Connor, because Big Cass didn't have a singles run before it ended for him in WWE. Slater, he's one of my top guys. As crazy as that might sound, he had a very good match with Chris Hero week 1. I could put the title on at some point. I would not, just because he was misused by WWE all those years doesn't mean I couldn't find a way to utilize his skill. Now, Cody Hall's popularity is not very high, and the crowd wasn't happy to see him before. Danhausen's going up to the main roster in about 3 weeks. So, I don't know what to expect. This is where we'll use storytelling. And I hope that works out. Now, I wouldn't want to put Big Cass with somebody that would remind somebody else of Enzo Amore. I mean, Enzo's out there, but he just would not sign with me unless I gave him creative control. In real life, I would not do that. So instead, Heath Slater. Cody Hall. Now, let's talk about Cody Hall for a second. He's 12s in popularity, he's 17 in Southeast, and this is not all that high. His work, I mean, you can see for yourself there. But I've already started this, so I want to see how it's going to play out. So ultimately, on the next show, if both wrestlers are able to go and healthy and all that, I'm going to have Cass beat him, and that's going to be the end of that little program. Part of this has been trying to test out these undercard feuds, and if guys that have the ability maybe, but haven't had the opportunity to show it, if they can find a way to make it work, or it's just too big of a clash. Because in Cody Hall, you're looking at lower numbers there. And as always, this is not a affront to the person, Cody Hall. This is just the way the game's set up. So it's Big Cass, Heath Slater taking on Cody Hall, and Donovan Danhausen. Let Amazing Red be the agent. When I started the game, he actually had that road agent designation. I just took that designation away because I wasn't going to use him as a road agent, but now circumstances have forced my hand. So a mental note to me for the next show to make sure I've got a couple of people that aren't working anywhere else that I can use as road agents, if at all possible. All right. So we're going to go storytelling. We're going to give Slater the win. I don't know. I've never faced something like this before. Because this game never allowed this scenario until now. To be playing as a child company with a wrestler who's going to be going up to the main roster in 3 weeks. The idea is to get him ready to go. So I don't just job the guy out. I mean, it's not, the whole thing of, well, who's going to be here next week to work the show? And then whoever's not, well, you can do some things to make them look bad and run off. And when they come back in 2 years, that's being long and forgotten. Whereas if you make the guy look stupid that comes back the next week, it turns to WWE, where like the part-timers are the only ones that are actual stars. Arn would be a great road agent. I don't have anything set up where I can ask them for help like that. At least, if that's possible, I don't know how it is. Yeah, Arn would be great to use for that. And because I'm going to have Big Cass beat Cody Hall next week, we'll have Danhausen do the honors. Decisive win. So, referees. King. And Red for Amazing Red. And not 15 minutes, no. You can go 10 minutes. That might be pushing it, but we'll see. Alright. So we're to 108 minutes now. Almost splits 102. We have a decision to make. And cut a little bit of time back from one of these. I don't know if that really needs to be a 15-minute match. Now, I was planning on having this Helms and Moore against, I was going to have it on the undercard anyway, or the pre-show. Goddard's and Dome, because I'm going to have them challenging next for the tag titles. Had that match on TV, but I've used up a lot of time here. That 20-minute time limit, I didn't really think about that when I set it up that way. As it is, I have to trim down 3 more minutes to get to the maximum for a match time. And I don't want to just rush that match in there, so that may have to be a pre-show match now. Because I may have to still cut 3 more minutes to get to that point. I'm going to leave Hero vs. King, that's my main event. I want to go long enough. Can't go with I mess with a 20-minute time limit because that's a fixed amount of time. Let's see, Connor and Bradley, 8 minutes. Now this, ooh, changed announcers. Let's go 7 minutes. It doesn't need to go that long. It would have been okay if I did that, but all right. So now there are 18 minutes to fill in. This is where doing a little bit of a roster search will help. Because there's not just a one specific category for like entertainment, but you look at microphone. Who's at least a 70 on the microphone? Anybody. There's some choices. So while ACH is above 70 on the mic, TJ Perkins isn't. So I just put a note here of like ACH promo on TJP. Alicia Fox, I'll have her cut a promo. Something about Connor, I'm sure. I think she handled the improv very well in the last show. I seem to remember Leo Rush did not handle having an unscripted segment, so I might script Rush. I don't have any sort of shorthand for that, so I'll put it with the S for scripting with Aspen. That looks like I'm trying to like, censor a word. I'll just put script. It's not that long of a word. Especially next to Leo Rush, which isn't that long of a name. Alright, so Alicia Fox, ACH, Hero, of course. I'm still kicking myself from the last show that I overlooked the line that said to have Prazak with a sit-down interview with Hero, because Hero didn't actually wrestle on the show last week. Which is fine. I think it's actually a good thing to not have the same people on the show week after week after week. Because that gets old. Alright. Problem though is also, I guess I should be careful with this microphone. It shows Velasquez above a 70, but that's the range. Let's see. At least that's closer. That's more like it. Part of what I want to have Prazak do a sit down with Hero was that his microphone skills are high, so I got him in there. Also, he's my CEO, he's gonna be there anyway, so why not use him? A lot of variance possible there. The clones aren't working the show. Slater. He's not gonna be winning best on promos, but he's good at it. Good enough for he should be able to give a decent promo here. And maybe for Dave, I'll just have him welcome the crowd. I think of it like how New Japan, when they were in, like, say, Korakuen, and they got the ring announcer, and they go through the entire show. That's kind of the idea. It's more like you have to use your imagination kind of thing, because it's not that nuanced, but it doesn't need to be. At least not in my opinion. So, we start at the top. Oh, look at how over the two guys are. Got 55, and 59. I do like that you look at the skills and the popularity without having to toggle on this screen. See, a lot of variance in the microphone there, but when he's over, it's a 59 for Southeast. So I think it makes sense to have a video before their match, and then earlier in the show, maybe a Prazak sit down with Hero that I didn't do last week. Better late than never. Even if it's just like a little 2-minute thing. So I will start by adding an angle. I'm going to try and start at the top and work my way down. I've got 18 minutes in total to fill. And going freestyle just gives you so much more latitude. Plus, you can make people need. Like, this way is not the entertainment, which is a little more difficult to define. I don't need storyline anything, because it's just Dave welcoming the crowd. An angle. Although actually, that's something that go at the very end. After all that talk about, and there, it actually put itself at the end, funny enough. I was trying to complain too much about the triangles. This drives me crazy, though. It feels so non-intuitive. Oh well. Now, if I were to book everything from the top down, I would get it. But I do my angles afterwards, because that's what makes sense to me. Let's see, video. As we're just hyping up two of my most popular wrestlers, even though Brody is first night in the territory. Let's change music to hype. You can have music, that's fine. It seems a little silly. So I did some sort of rap collaboration. Backstage incident. Well, the incident I had was the guys working Impact that I thought I would have for the show that I did not. So I would have enough tumult. Oh, it was a backstage incident like up here. Oh. I want to do that stuff sparingly. I want to have a serious product, because that's how I would do it in real life. But certainly a backstage incident can work into that. Depends on the presentation. Alright. I don't know why this is the system to have to move something up. This is just... It's like a rib you're pulling on somebody. Be very careful as you click the wrong one, then you get them out of order. For as many improvements that were made with the UI, this is just terrible. Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe it's easier to do another way that I don't know. But this is just... It's like when you try and scroll down. That's my other big complaint. Normally you would click here and an entire row would jump, but now it's just one number at a time. If I wanted it to do that, I would click this part. But so it goes. Oh, hey, Loose Kid, I'm doing well. How about you? Alright, so the hype video is in there. That's Dave welcoming the crowd. And an ACH. Kind of promo on TJP. Make sure that makes sense. ACH is a 51 popularity. Perkins, 51, so perfect, that'll work. So ACH cut a promo before his match with Perkins. That's going to be a time limit draw for 20 minutes. Good. Yeah, that's what I was talking about before. This, my best road agent, Gail Kim's working Impact. Scott D'Amore, another road agent. Saban, I had him booked and he was going to be a road agent. And then Laredo Kid, I had him as a one-off. So I guess the next time I have a show when Impact's not running, I'll use Laredo Kid somewhere on down the line. But, you know, lesson learned. Check for that sort of thing before I just jump into it. But there is a lot of information within this to try and parse through. Yeah, this is the first night in the territory for TJP, so they go a 20-minute draw, and that could be something I set up as some sort of a storyline, like, okay, this is the first match, and then build it from there. Because I've got Alicia Fox and Connor, that's going to be handled with Alicia Fox. I'll set her up in just a moment here to cut a promo for Connor before his match. Big Cass and Cody Hall, they have their tag match. I mean, listed as a hot promo, or heat is a storyline, that promo. This one is the payoff of the last few weeks. They've been on other sides and tag matches. They had a heated post-match exchange. But to add a storyline, which I think would make sense. I've been trying to figure out with ACH what the best course of action was going to be, because I had him lose in week 1 to Leo Rush for the vacant sprint championship, the 10-minute time limit title. Kind of just had him hanging around. I wasn't sure, but I think that makes a lot of sense. So I would love to see those guys have that sort of a thing in real life. And this is helpful here. It tells you who's not in a storyline. Now again, I click like this, and it's the same as this, and that drives me crazy. Why make it different then? What's the point of having it goes one line at a time either way? It's not that hard to find a little point thing if I really want to go one at a time. This is all stuff that I normally don't say out loud, but I start speaking and be more verbose. Sometimes the complaining comes out, so please don't. It's like I'm whining the whole time. All right, let's see. I don't need to add anything to the name. Just ACH versus TJP. That's simple enough. There is a possibility I could try and I might try adding a third person to this Big Cass Cody Hall thing. Could make it Danhausen, although he's going to be gone in just a couple of weeks. I want Slater to get back more toward the top, and feuding with Cody Hall is not going to do that. But it's fine. It's not like it's the end of the world. It's advancing that Cass versus Hall storyline. And if that one comes to an end, that's fine. Always start other ones. But that gives us 4. different storylines that, with 3 of them listed as hot, and then 1 that's unknown that we'll find out more about tonight. On my roster here, let me give you a look where I don't have it. I will say this with the search function. It's very good at remembering the last thing you looked for. Let me just give you the active wrestlers, because otherwise, like the referees and the agents get in the way as far as the list. Come on. Wrestler, there we go. Right. I'll take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. And look at this rest of the show booked and get it going and see how it goes. So, be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Hawkins and Ryder with the Colognes. I intentionally kept both teams off the show. I want to give the Colognes a pretty decent push. Go back to the first show, though, and we had Hawkins and Ryder against the Colognes in that first show. They got a 55. Which isn't terrible, considering my company is so small that I think even like 40 levels, if not lower, as far as overall ratings, would actually be beneficial to the product. Mike Seidel, the problem with Mike's, oh come on, it's not clicked on, is that popularity. I mean, I can't do anything with that. It's just going to kill me if I put him into an angle, because the popularity is going to get drugged down. And if I could spend some time developing him, certainly has the potential. But I would be hesitant to have Seidel work into any feud at this point, because I think he might bring it down. Let's see. Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, I would have enjoyed that. I wish I could book his brother. But I just, on the last show in the main event, it was like for the vacant World Tag Team Championship, and Hawkins and Ryder lost. So just like with the Colognes actually won, but I'm just giving a week off to both teams, and we're going to bring them back and then try and heat up the Colognes a little more, because they got a 49 rating. I mean, Saban's not bad at all, and amazing ranking go. I've got Shannon Moore. Let's see, where's my pre-show? I've got so much information here. It's unwieldy after a while. But I've got, because Helms and Moore, I've had them renew their tag team. Although Helms I'm not using a whole lot. At least that was the idea, as an agent. But unfortunately, Shannon Moore did not get a very positive response from the audience. But Helms did. So I don't know quite what to do there. So I'm just kind of leaving it for now, heating them back up, and I might at some point have them actually challenge for the tag team championship. Just going to pick my spots with it. Although it's Goddard's and Dome that are the next, not a strange pairing, but it actually works out halfway decently. So that's what I'm thinking. So I already had to move them to the pre-show, but it wasn't like I was going to have them necessarily challenge for the tag titles next week. One thing I've got to decide is how often I want to have my primary titles defended. And I've had games where I would defend them like twice in a month, but you do that, and I don't know, you're either going to have just so many defenses it doesn't seem realistic, or it's not going to feel special. You got, every 2 weeks a title shot, it's the same. So I'm more inclined to go with like a once a month. And eventually, if I do have the status to have a separate like event of the month or a quarterly pay-per-view kind of thing, then I think that would come into play as well with that. But I'm still deciding on that, so there's some options. With Saban, I don't have him on the show tonight. I had him originally booked. I think he was the X I had to put in there for, I'll tell you about the card right here. That was Yehai I put in there. That's why I double check these things. Now it's interesting with Yehai because he's not just overwhelmingly popular. Well, the Southeast is a 25, which is helpful for me. But he didn't get a strong reaction from the crowd. But he had a good match last week against Leo Rush. He challenged unsuccessfully for the sprint championship. So let's see, right now I'm at 108 minutes, so I've got 12 more to go. And I'll just do a pre-match video for Velasquez and Gulak. I think that's the best way to go with that. No, that's not what I wanted. I like the fact that it starts you in the freestyle, because there are certain cases where there are certain things in here I like, but so many of these I would never use, and I would be angry if I used it by mistake because I don't think they're very good. But that's just because of what my product is. Other people probably fits the product a lot better. I'm not looking for some big, soap opera thing here. I'm looking for entertaining wrestling. It's a wrestling show. If I watch sports entertainment, whatever jollies of Vince McMahon are, then I'd do that. But I have no such desire. So let's see. Well, here's a pre-made that I can go with, a hype one-on-one video. Very easy and yet effective. And it might not be overwhelming as far as the rating against. It's going to at least set the stage for the match. Like 2 minutes with it. I'm not sure how long, if the length of the time for a segment like this, going 2 minutes instead of 5, if there's more risk involved if I go 5, with the possibility of like a higher rating, or just how that works. I don't know. I'll play it safe and go 2 minutes. Oh, okay. I was hoping I could like drag it up. So I gotta use this awful triangle system. This really is like a rib. Okay, so we got that. The hype video in place. We're at 110 minutes. So we have 10 to go. Get to even 120. And they'll add the pre-matches after that. And I hate to spend all the money on these guys. I mean, it's 4 pre-matches, pre-show matches. And I could consolidate, but I mean, it's... Although I think the telling thing will be when Monday of week 1 of July 2020 rolls around, how the parent company, in this case AEW, reacts to me launch wrestling as the child company, having spent and lost quite a bit of money drawing 18 people to a show. But at least the number's going up slowly but surely. So if it doesn't work out, then at least it's a learning experience. Adjust accordingly next time. Alright, so we had... definitely after forgetting it last time, where we're looking at have the sit-down interview. But there might be a good pre-make on here. Like these modern TV openings. Talk about go-away heat. If you got The Rock out there or something like that, okay. Go 20 minutes. Do it. You can, even that awful verbiage they give you. Alright. I need a sit-down interview as opposed to, you know what? That's why they have the freestyle. We'll have Chris Hero sit down with Dave Prazak. Both of them are good on the microphone, so we'll have it as a... Prazak holds a sit-down interview with Chris Hero. We'll have to move this up. I won't put it too close to the match. I mean, earlier in the show, kind of teasing the audience for the main event. It'll be bookended by longer matches on both sides. So that we'll see how that goes. Under 13 minutes, we got 7 more. Have Alicia Fox. She's been very good so far. I mean, I didn't think of her as a manager, and I saw her show up in my list of people they were sending down. Like, you realize there's a women's promotion, right? But it was as a manager. This might work out potentially great if we get the right pairing. And thus far, it's actually exceeded my expectation. Now, the problem is that Connor's got to deliver in a match. If he's going in there having these like 40 level matches, that's not going to cut it. He's 40 years old in the game. I presume in real life as well, unless he has a birthday coming up I don't know about. But that'd be the next portion to add. Be, oh come on! I clicked the wrong button. I get mad about it. But did that. So, manager. Is it that hard record to have manager listed here? That's been a complaint of mine for years. I probably type in manager and then it'll bring up some other stuff. Hide by manager. Now that is also with entertainment as opposed to microphone. And actually I don't think that's going to be a good way to go at all. Freestyle. Because the overness is going to be an issue. I mean, I'm trying to heat the guys up, and I'll show you. Microphone. She's talking about Connor. I wish there was an easy way to pull up the roster from this point. Oh, luckily there is. It's a good thing I looked closer for, so like cutting a promo about it. They're all along. So with Connor, microphone, there's a reason he's got a manager. Overness, 40. You know what? Overness. Plus he's taking on Jay Bradley, and he's in just as a one-off to put him over essentially. But Bradley's pretty good. Microphone is a little bit lower than I would want to use. He's a 40 as far as overness goes. In some ways, this match is a bit low on the card, considering the respective star power. But I'm still comfortable the way it is. I'm going to stick with it. See, that all fits. There's a lot of room that, and I imagine different mods have different ways, or even like not mods, I mean skins. It's tough though. If we've got a match over here, I'm trying to figure out which one the link matches up to. I mean, I can figure it out, but there's so much room in the middle there, and you got it centered. I mean, I'm sure it's that way for a reason, but if you put the link there, you could have it left where everything would start at a certain point. That's not the way this is set up. All right, so Alicia Fox gets us to 115 minutes. So I have the ACH TJP promo. I've already put that in there, have I? Okay, no. Which is a good thing, because I'll add it now. So with ACH on his microphone skills, TJP on his overness, I don't know how much to trust ACH as far as promos, unless you're trying to force a scripting. Give it a shot with it. Very simple. ACH cuts a promo on TJ Perkins. Maybe a little less nuanced than Alicia Fox cuts a promo saying Connor will lay out Jay Bradley tonight, but I'm trying to keep it relatively basic as far as the description goes. I'm not scripting their promo ahead of time for them. Put that there. So that's 117 minutes. 3 more to go. Take a look at FTR. I'm still trying to look for their WWE names initially. Oh no, it's not a dash, it's Cash. Overness, that's what I'll do. I'll have have a FTR promo video for 3 minutes. He's a 55, and then Dax is a 55 as well. Yeah, it's. And again, my company is so lowly ranked that I don't have to hit a home run to keep my television or anything like that. So I've got some latitude, but I think, like with anything else I do, if I stick true to the product and concentrate on that, the rest will either take care of itself or it's just not going to be viable. Can't worry about it too much. So we'll go with Cash, Dax, their overness. Video airs. Recapping FTR's win to capture. Launch. Let's see how many words I can fit in here. World Tag Team Championship. 3 minutes to fill. We'll go with 3 minutes for the video. Look for their overness. Now it gets to 120. We're not done yet though. And that's just because the line's on yellow. Because I still have to add a car crash style match. Because the danger, I almost want to like bring people in as a one-off and just have them burn through that on the undercard. And that might not be in the spirit of the way this is set up to go, but look, it's either that or my guy's getting hurt. I'm gonna do what I have to. I could do something to hype Leo Rush, but I'm already I got to about 120 now, and Rush had trouble with a promo in the last show. He had the freedom to go without a script and it didn't go very well, which surprised me. This game will surprise you sometimes. All right, where is the thing I was just moving? I'm going to follow this back over here. Let's take this above the... There we go. Oh, I moved the wrong one up, of course. This is garbage. This should be better. This is not excusable. It was like Leo Rush, he's so talented in the ring, and WWE didn't seem to care. And then they just had him, yeah. Okay. This is the one that needs to move up, the one that actually hypes the match right in front of it. I had this lower as a, I talked about it before, I had this down here to split up the two longer matches. Like seriously, these triangles, if I'm missing something, please tell me. I want to say something out of line if I'm missing something, but I don't see how this looked like a good idea at all, in practice or in theory. Again, I don't mean to complain too much. I would normally just be sitting here not saying anything, just playing the game and agitated about it, but not saying anything. But take that filter out away from the saying angry things when I'm kind of going stream of consciousness. All right, so we're to 120 minutes. We've got the angles in, we've got the matches in. What we'll have to do now is set the pre-show, which unfortunately is a bloated 4 matches. Now, I don't have to use all these guys, but try out Bestie at 6-6 with his manager they sent down, Joey Eastman. Now, Eastman's not really talented, though, as far as in the game. I don't know the guy personally, but in the game, this character's not very talented, not for what you want out of a manager. But he can speak English as his first language, whereas Bestie can only speak passable English. So there's potential there. We'll see how they match up. Put them on this undercard, on the pre-show, so it's not like it's being on television. If it goes great, take it to TV. If it doesn't, go another direction. Or something in between. So 4 matches, but we're just going to have to deal with that. Now, the time will come soon from the first of the month hits to find out if the parent company is going to be angry at how much money I've spent, but that's what I'm going with. Godders and Doan. And while I would have liked this to be on television just to get them over as a tag team, this will be fine. Because I'll still be able to have, before I have them challenge for the tag team championship, I'll have them do something of note on television. Okay, so No Way Jose and Amazing Red. Pre-show. I haven't been paying attention to the whole road agents and referees list. I should go back through here in a minute, be sure I got it all squared away properly. Unless I forget, it causes me trouble for having the same guy ref too many matches in a row or something. Alright, so we'll give 9 minutes the pre-show. It's not a big thing. We'll give Doan the victory. No Way Jose can take the loss. And just decisive win. Doesn't really matter all that much as long as the right team wins. That's going to happen. And set for the pre-show. Another tag match. Well, I'll tell you, I'm glad I've got Gregory Helms around, because if I hadn't had him, it'd be asking Chris Hero to have like 8 matches to lay out. Him in red. A lot of Chris and Christians in that. Chris Hero, Chris Melendez, and Christian Casanova. I had Casanova and Chris Melendez in a 6-man tag on the last show, so a little bit of continuity, keeping them together. There's no like chemistry between them per se, good or bad. At least not that's been discovered yet. But it's a pre-show match. It's not that important. We have to watch the segment length because it will default you to, at least for this one, 15 minutes. Which does not need to happen. Take all that time in our pre-show. Best of 5 for the world title. That's the first time I've run across this. Just right after I said I don't want to have Helms trying to do his own match. At least I thought that when I said it. So, simple enough. I'll fix all the stuff for the refs and the road agents in a minute. Let's get the rest of these matches put together. There's 2 more to go. Bestia with his new manager, Joey Eastman. He's going to get a win over Mike Seidel. And again, with Seidel, I've liked him. He's got a lot of traits: the selling, the consistency, the safety, but the popularity being an 8th. It's just not tenable. He's 36. You know, you're going to have to pick your spots as far as who you work on developmentally, especially with AEW parent company being the one that sent it down a lot of talent to work on. Guys that I hire just to fill in, as much as I'd like to push them, there's only so many spots. But we'll give them 7 minutes. So we'll have Bestia will win, decisive win. Let's let the book the car crash one. I don't want to hurt Bestia or Seidel, but I have some plans potentially for Bestia. This opener may end up being a car crash. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to injure another one of the people that main roster sent down to me to work on for development. Briggs. Keep him safe, please. Give me more heat with the office. Alright, so basic stuff's in. Bestia wins. Decisive finish. Regular style match. Boom. 7 minutes pre-show. 1 more to add. I guess I can make it a wild brawl, although it's going to not get over well if I do it that way. In all likelihood. But it's the pre-show, so again, it doesn't really matter. Jimmy Lloyd. Josh Briggs against Facade. I think I've actually used Facade. I've signed him. Facade and Max with 2X Stardom. I wouldn't. Here's the thing with Seidel. that 8 popularity, even if I try to protect him, it's just not in a spot where I can make use of him. I mean, he could be double that at 16. He'd still be well short of what I need. Plus, it's pre-show, so I don't know how much that would even matter. But I'll keep this match short. It was 6 minutes, and just have it be a wild brawl, which is funny because I'm not allowed to hire any brawlers. But the problem, though, you need to warm up the crowd. Car crash. There's mayhem as an option too, but that's more like gimmick stuff. I really don't like any overbooking Russo's type stuff in my pro wrestling. Just my personal preference. I like a serious product. If I want to laugh at somebody's humor. Now, there are some great spots for humor, like Toriano. I don't know why the guy makes me laugh. Half the stuff I don't even understand. He's saying it in Japanese, but dude's got the timing down. But yeah, I would love to be able to protect him, but it's just... I mean, if it was just even like a 20 baseline, like how most of my guys are, of his popularity, then okay, then we can maybe do something with that. But it just limits our options, unfortunately. So Briggs is the guy they sent down, one of the guys they sent down from parent company to get some seasoning, and Lloyd's guy I signed, so Briggs won their last time they tagged up. They won the fall, so this time Lloyd will win. Not that it matters, the opening match on a pre-show. I'll have Max Stardom, I guess, take the loss. Decisive win. And we'll see how this goes. Okay. So let me go through this from the top to make sure I didn't forget anything. This is such a different dynamic with being able to scroll up and have you see what I pull on top of the screen with my notepad. I think it's just by chance that I discovered this was a viable option. So, because this is the way I've played this game for years and years and years. I mean, you can do it like with a piece of paper and a pen. That works too, but this way I've got to pull it very easily on my screen. I'm looking at a wide enough screen where I can fit everything on here and it's not in tiny font. So, okay, I got the King Challenge and Hero match with a video. Cain Velasquez with a video. ACH, promo before, 6-man tag. Put over FTR with used their overness for the video, so it should be pretty good ranking. Leo Rush defends. Make sure he has the Sprint Championship on the line against Hallow Wicked. And even though he's losing, I think for Hallow Wicked, this being an open match has the potential to improve his popularity. Now, he's a 26 in Tri-State, which doesn't mean he's not at 17, so he's not like wildly popular. But it's also a test for Leo Rush. Can he get somebody that's that level of popularity up to have a really good match? Give him 9 minutes. Tell them to go out there and steal the show. And I could have Leo Rush if I needed him to cut a promo or whatever here, but again, he had trouble last week when not having a script, having to go improv. So there's the sit-down interview with Hero. Alicia Fox before the Connor match cut the promo. It's pretty straightforward. And sometimes I'll put things midway through the show to build them for later, and then sometimes right before it. Just in this case, because I've got a hype video here, having to sit down with in the first hour with Dave Prazak interviewing Hero makes sense because you want to entice people to stick around for the end of the show. Plus, they're both good on the microphone, so it should be helpful from a rating standpoint, how it's judged. I'm really hoping Connor and Jay Bradley have a good match. He's got the popularity. It's not like it's just a wild brawl or a technical master class, none of that. But the basic stuff down here. This will be telling for Connor. You look at this, I mean, it looks even better to get the blue. So he should be able to have good matches. And to be fair, he's only had one match, and that was against Bob Holly, who's about to retire in this game. Bob Holly, I think he's like 57. Oh, come on. Well, he's about to retire, to take my word for it. So that's really not a fair way to judge how Connor would be, because that was really a one-sided match. Just a little bit more even. I mean, it's 8 minutes. So interesting test there, but Alicia Fox will get the promo before the match. The Big Cass and Slater. It's weird having them in this part of the card, but testing things out with what might be different with 2020 than with 2016, and how undercard feuds function when you get somebody like Cody Hall that's not all that over at all. I mean, he's a 17, thankfully, for at least Southeast, but this is a test to see how that might work. All right, so that's the opening where Dave Prazak welcomes the crowd, runs to the card. Like last week I had it where Alicia Fox interrupted him. I didn't want to go full, like modern style, just, one interruption after another. But in that case, I thought it worked well. But normally I don't plan on doing it that way. And then I had 4 matches on the pre-show, which is, I just ran out of time, that 20-minute time limit. I mean, I could have decided to have them go 10 and have a decisive winner, but I decided I want to stick with what I had for that plan, because it's going to be a long-term program. So with all that, I guess the pre-show matches are, the order is there. It's not that. Oh, it's going to be important. This part. Okay. I should have thought this over better, because now I've got to skip past the angles counting. God, this screen kills me. The center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So we had 7 matches on the main show, which means this should be king and red for the referee and agent, respectively. Okay, it is. Good. When the bottom of the list matches up with where I believe the bottom of the list should be, that's a positive. So now, let's see. I usually put a semicolon as opposed to a comma for when the main show matches would end, working backward, and then the pre-show matches would follow. And it's not that important, but I try and put at least some thought into it. So we'll go Henson. Helms. Actually, I can't just type it there and have it magically work. I've got to go in here and do it myself. Say Henson and Helms, yes. Because I can't have Helms agent his own match. With King as the referee. I've got Hero already laying out 3 matches. Plus he's got the main event. We'll let Red do this one. So King and Red, the ref and the agent. So 2 more. Let Todd Sinclair be the referee. Ricky Moore. Oh, look at that. 100, 100, 100. How could I not use that? Where's Gibson? 100, 100, 100. Okay. I've got to rethink this. If I got these guys. This, with that trifecta there. I don't want to get too caught up in the minutia with this, but let's see. Instead of having Hero lay out this match, well, he's in it, so I can't change that. Never mind. Scratch that. Where's the tag match I was looking at? Yeah, the Big Cass match. I might have him lay that out. That's the 7 of 7, so that would be where King is, red. Ricky Morton. And it might go terribly wrong, I don't know, but this match is already odd enough as it is, with Cody Hall having such a low popularity rating that this match. Henson worked this one. Robert Gibson laid this one out. I mean, he's all hundreds. I can't just not use them. I mean, I could. That would be foolish, I think. So Henson's going to be the referee. And Robert Gibson, the special guest agent for a pre-show match. With Luchador and Mike Seidel. We'll see how it plays out. And then finally, Lloyd and Briggs against Facade and Stardom. Only have Mike Chioda working 2 matches. We'll put him on here on this super violent car crash one. It's not cool, it's Chioda. Let's see, Mike Chioda. And I'll let Red also be the agent here. Or you know what? No. Okay, I will. And it's a car crash one, so I don't know how much that's going to affect things, if any. Definitely a lesson learned, though, as far as my road agents, looking ahead to see people on my roster who have potential obligations that might overlap. All right. We'll see how this goes. So it should be all set at long last. It can take a while to book a match, even when you have it planned out. But that's part of the fun. It's kind of like putting a puzzle together with all the actual real-world hassles that are inherent to it. Make sure I have it right. Don't let me book it like Thompson Bowling Arena, please. Generic venue. Okay, that's exactly what I needed. Now you can still hire local like you could in the last game, previous versions of this game. Just local worker. Problem is, there's only a few guys. And so I already had Garrett Bischoff work as an enhancement talent. And Wes Briscoe as well. And some of the guys just won't, just refuse. Maybe Spudwood, I don't know. But that's not an issue for now. So there are a few guys I could potentially use, but there is a certain limit to it. Even being in the Southeast United States, where there are plenty of wrestlers of one level or another. So here we go. This is going to be the final show of June 2020 with my launch pro wrestling promotion. That is a child company to All Elite Wrestling, which is the parent company. Launch an all men's promotion, and then there's Sharp, the all women's promotion that feeds AEW. That the AI is controlling all of that. Yeah, Spud. I guess they would have took the liberty in this game of having him in the released database, even though he's still doing stuff, I guess, with NXT, which I don't really understand, but that's modern day WWE for you. All right. Well, if nothing else, even if this is a total unmitigated disaster, I'm at an insignificant level, lowest level as far as companies go. I think we'll have a pretty good show, and I think it should peak late. That's the idea. So we'll find out. I could do that, bring in Spud to put over TJP. I might do that next week. All right. So 41. Yeah, the crowd doesn't care for Lloyd and Briggs. They like Facade and Stardom well enough. Basically, just want to make sure nobody got hurt. Look at that bonus. I have to rethink things with Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson. Bring them in. I got a lot of my agent problems out of the way. At least in theory. Alright, yeah, the crowd wasn't happy to see Seidel. So Bestia, let's see. Adequate. For Joey Eastman, I guess I can't click on his name here to get the pop-up since we're in the middle of the card. So if Eastman is manager for Bestia, it seems like it's adequate, so. And I'm gonna get dinged every time for the low experience by the first 6 months. By the time 2021 hits in the game, assuming everything stays the same, I have to be working with Lenny Leonard. we should have her to the point where we at least not take it away from the match with her experience level and then possibly building to it. But that takes a little while because just like with real life, I mean, I've done plenty of broadcasts in 25 years doing sports broadcasting. From seasoned veterans that I learned from to the high school kids that have never called a sport before. Anyway, none of that really matters because this is the game, not real life. All right, so at least it was good wrestling. Decent crowd reaction. But like you look here with Seidel at 29th in ring. And unfortunately for him, a lot of that is tied into his popularity or lack thereof in the game. There's something I can do about that. Unless I want to really invest some relatively precious resources and try and boost him up. I mean, you can only spotlight so many people on a given show without just becoming meaningless to everybody. If you got a dozen people that debut, it's a lot to keep track of. 2 or 3, you got stories that progress in a logical way that you don't have to watch every second of every show to miss or avoid missing something. Yeah, I knew Red was gonna get buried on this. So 41. Look at Christian Casanova standing out. I was thinking Moore and Helms in there would be the ones looking good, but there's that Casanova. And the crowd didn't boo him or whatever, they seemed to accept him. That's a good thing. So, and Melendez dropped the fall. There's no particular need for me to have Melendez and Casanova keep teaming up. It's just they were on the same team in a 6-man tag on the last show, and it worked out. I needed 2 spots to fill here, so probably had them go their separate ways after that. Or I could have them as a tag team and lose on the undercard of the next show. I don't know. And that's even with the penalty for having Red in there. But it's a pre-show match. These ratings are almost meaningless. If they mean anything at all, I don't know, except for what it tells us about a given matchup and how it played out. It was a superb one, we just passed. See, look at all that. That crowd was not happy. Goddard's looked the best out of him. I mean, No Way Jose's easy to have as an opening match guy that warms the crowd up that people like to see. So, I mean, it's not like I had visions of him as my world champion. Maybe someday, but I think for what my needs are, he's going to be better served there toward the bottom of the card. Red gets buried for his gimmick. I mean, I wasn't going to take away No Way Jose's gimmick. If that was poor, that's unfortunate. 19 people. Good grief. Maybe we'll crack 20 next month. Although we'll see when that next month rolls around here soon. I'm very curious about how that's going to play out. I don't think that's been a problem before for Dave Prazak. Did not do well without a script to follow. Well, something to keep in mind for the future. Oh, I didn't mean to double click. Is there a way to go back? I guess I'll see it at the end. What did I just skip there? Big Cass and Slater against Hall and Danhausen. Well, at least this as bad, as much as 46 is in the high score, for Alicia Fox not having a script went well. I forgot about the road agents working with promos. I guess they'll have Helms on all of those, so I didn't really think about that. But it actually comes into play, as you can see there. Which is strange considering it was improv, but that's how they have it. See, this is where I start to wonder with Connor if this is going to work. The crowd reaction we can get past. Yes, it will hurt the match a bit when you get that. That's not a good thing. But it's not like it just kills the match. It's just something that works against you. Just like having low experience for the announcers hurts a little bit. But even in the dirt sheet, it won't show you precisely how much, but just out of experience, it's been something where in the past, see, what's this managerial? At least with Connor, got the managerial chemistry. But at least what I've been able to tell thus far, the booing, unhappy crowd will ding the score somewhat, but not absolutely sink you. But if a guy's got declining physical ability anyway, how much do I want to build him up? I mean, at this point, I give him a couple of more weeks build, have him unbeaten, and then maybe challenges for the world title. Chris Hero beats him, then he puts over a few guys, and then he's on his way. Or maybe not. That's a bit of a risk, especially if I'm only having one title defense per month for the world title. I can put him in there with Leo Rush, but that might be a bit weird. Because I'm not going to put the sprint title on Connor. I could have him go to a time limit, but that would kind of be counterproductive. Dave Praise like getting better at his gimmick. It's a funny thing because the computer just randomly assigned Dave Prazak to be our CEO. I'm a fan of his work. I know his stuff from Ring of Honor and elsewhere. I wonder what it's like for people in video games, like wrestlers that see other people play as them online. I'm sure some don't care. They've got other things to worry about. But I was watching earlier, Sami Callihan on his Twitch channel. He was playing Super Mega Baseball 3, which I loved. Great game. But what's funny is there's Sami Callihan, playing baseball. He was talking about Fire Pro, Fire Promoter mode. And we'll be streaming more Fire Pro coming soon. It's kind of captured my interest, like this game has a way of doing. All right, so that went well. Although maybe it didn't go so well. 41. I mean, that's all positive. So. Now look at that. Now we're talking. So you got Hallow Wicked. I can't pull up his information at the moment, but not exactly the most popular wrestler on the roster. They just had a great match. Steal the show. It seemed like that was effective. So lots going positive for Leo Rush. He keeps winning, so that should keep him happy. He's got high morale. Look at all that. I keep the belt on him for 3 months, potentially. Have a great match every week in the mid-card. Why not? Especially when I can put somebody in there who wasn't originally going to even be on the show. I mean, Hallow Wicked was, on the outside looking in. And there he is having this 64 rated match. That's very encouraging. That's a way to keep the belt for a while. Doing something like that. I know Hallow Wicked is talented as well, but in the game, I can't pull it up now, but it's a major plus that Rush had such a good match with him, especially last week. Who was it last week that I keep notes on this stuff because I'm trying to plan it out logically. Oh, I can help pull this up so you can see it. Yeah, yay high. Oh, I didn't put the rating. The one match I didn't put the rating on. Well, it was a good rating, I'll tell you that. And I can always look it up later. It's not that big of a deal. All right. I don't want to overlook anything here in the dirt sheet. Consistency. So a 54, which is, for the videos, that's actually not bad. What we've had in the past. But they're both over, so it's not too surprising. 59. Oh, come on, give Yehai a chance. He had a good match in the last show. 59's a good match, considering that these three are all newcomers. Rock and Roll Express are not exactly, able to go out there and be bump machines. So we've got a quest to submit to the inverted figure 4. So I'll continue to keep the Revival FTR Strong As I Can. Groundswell of support. Oh, that's cool. That's a new feature. Attributes. And that fits it perfectly because that's what it's been. As improbable as it sounded when you first hear, in 2019, it was the Rock and Roll Express getting championship shots. What's going on with that? And then they made it work. And not like just as a strictly like old timer act or whatever, just like seeing them interact with teams of today and able to get kind of creative with it. There are certain limitations, of course. So a 48 rating for very straightforward. ACH gets a promo on TJ Perkins. So nothing too detailed needed there. Just a 2-minute promo. Worked out well having Gregory Helms, my one road agent that was on all these promos. At least that helps a little bit. Look at that, 59. See, the storyline has advanced from this segment and gained heat. Now, there are a lot of possibilities long term with this. Those are two very talented wrestlers. Let's go into a 20-minute time limit draw. That's what the dirt sheet has to say. Low heat, come on. I guess that's why it heated up. They had a good match. So slightly above what both of them individually scored as the segment rating. A very hot crowd, that helps. Having a match like this later in the show where the crowd's hot gives them an extra boost. Lost heat, but wow. How do you lose heat with a 2-minute video? High heat. Well, let's see if they heat it back up here. Exceptional match. Yeah, Gulak could not continue. Okay, that's exactly how I wanted this to play out. Got the heat back. Look at that rating from Gulak. I made it very straightforward as far as the very basic things I wanted and let the rest of them work it out. Gregory Helms continues to be a strong road agent. And Jimmy Corderas, excellent referee. Although I did not intend to have Jimmy Corderas ref this match, I think I just overlooked that part. So that's an extra $200 whatever I paid out to have him referee one match. But they had a really good match, so if that's what it cost, I'll deal with it. Very hot crowd makes a difference. Next segment's going to be a hype video. About as generic as the description. But it's pro wrestling. You don't have to get too complicated. That's what seems to cause problems with a lot of modern pro wrestling. And overthinking a lot of it, at least in my opinion. So there, Helms getting the put over for his agent work on the video. Oof. Injury. Oh no. Well, at least we got a 61 out of it, but Brody King. So here we got a submission out of him. I need to learn more about this injury. Now, that's an unfortunate thing with wrestling. Injuries are part of the business. All right, but despite that, it's still a 61, and that's considering our category is insignificant. as far as how they have it listed, which is the lowest of the low. Nowhere to go but up. Yeah, we saw that, Greg. Thanks. And you see there, 46 regions. Let's show it for 19 people. Velasquez and Gulak ended up being the best match of the show. That's because of the injury. It took a big toll on Brody King. I can find out now what the that opener that I zipped past. So it was Big Cass and Slater beating Cody Hall and Donovan Danhausen. I'll finish the show and I'll pull up the results and I'll look at the details. Miho Abe. Haven't seen her in a minute. Kind of phased her up and brought in Peter, the Tokyo Latina. Dislocated ankle. Not expecting to miss any dates. I wonder if he's gonna be mad about it. Because we're on an ongoing deal. I was on the fence on keeping him for an ongoing deal. But as long as he's not like have some sort of anger about getting injured, against Chris Hero, it doesn't seem to be the case. That would happen sometimes in previous versions of this game, like 2016 and earlier. And I imagine it will here as well, because it didn't happen every time. That's not realistic. It's easy to find the match history. Sorry, 5 matches. Look at that. That's cool. You get the NWA Power TV tapings. A lot of what if would have happened with there not been a pandemic with some of this, as far as the way things were scheduled and laid out and planned long term. That's the first loss Brody King's had in this game. So at least I brought in somebody that was worthy of a championship shot. Things that are skills, because it makes no sense to be there, but I just have to remember that. Dislocated ankle, can still perform. Although you notice the physical health. Okay, at least there's a reason to have these two. This makes more sense now. So at least you got the physical health on the same screen as the current injuries. And again, I make no claim of truth to any of the attributes made in this game. It's just from the mod. No such accusations being made from me. All right. This is like a random generator machine. If Forestero, we're teaming you up with, I don't know how to say that one, is it? With another guy, or call you Sweet and Sour. What kind of name is that for a team in CMLL? Imagine going to like a WWE main event taping. Like not Raw, not SmackDown, not a pay-per-view, not NXT, not NXT UK, but just like the undercard, and that's it. And obviously, in real life, they tape this. They call it television taping, but anymore it's all live. But there are things that are taped. The sad thing is, if they cared enough about the product to do it the right way, this could be actually a very valuable show for getting over younger talent. But they don't actually want that talent to get over. Not in my opinion. I'm sure Shayna Baszler is thrilled when she learned she had to put over Naomi on main event. Let's see with my wrestlers that I wasn't able to use what they did here. I got stopped from booking Laredo Kid because he had to have a match with Kira Hogan on a pre-show. I imagine they had Scott D'Amore as an agent. They probably used Chris Sabin in that same way, since he's not showing up here unless there's some team name I'm not familiar with. They booked a lot of like men versus women matches here. Not a big fan of that. And it's strange because like a movie like True Romance, the hotel room fight scene between James Gandolfini's character and Alabama, the woman, the love interest in the story, very violent. And yet, I never felt that, I think it's Patricia Arquette, the actress, I never felt like she was truly in danger because I know it's a movie, and within that realm, you know that the people that are involved aren't actually being harmed. But wrestling, you try and suspend that disbelief to the point where like you buy into everything that's, if it's done right, you get drawn in and forget things like why are the guys standing there for 10 seconds until somebody does a dive to the outside. You can forgive that stuff because you're drawn in. Then it's being so spectacular, it's worth your effort to suspend disbelief. Although you really shouldn't have to like make a conscious effort to do that. That's more on the product itself. But there are a lot of different ways to do pro wrestling. Page and Omega against the Lucha Brothers. Yeah, sign me up. If you want to have a preview match on launch next week, just let me borrow. Jericho and Cody. Going back to that. It was apparently a great show. Like in some distant world. Somebody sent a fax. Get some ship to shore radio. Get the word out. There's launch. There's all that. But I mean, look at this. These numbers are horrible. I'm spending plenty of money. That's a whole different kind of number. But that's what I'm dealing with. Okay, they make a big thing about when people leave the company that you booked as a one-night only thing. I guess they're trying to provide information as much as possible, but it just gets to be a little bit silly. At least in my opinion, it does. It's kind of like the problem that Impact Wrestling has right now. Well, they're on Access TV, and a lot of people don't have that. I do, but they also have to overcome the harm that was done to the brand for so long. Oh, okay, it was blamed on a hero botch. I'm curious if Kings have any lingering animosity, or he understands that's just how it goes in the business. But we didn't have a receipt for him. So typically this would be the area of the profile in previous versions of this game where you would see like so-and-so is happy or angry or mad at Chris Hero for the botch move that injured him. I was afraid when they mentioned the injury he'd be out for a long time, but look under skills to find injuries. He can still perform. I'm waiting for him to like get healed up before I book him again though. As it is, he's got enough places looking to book him that I just have to hope his Tuesdays stay open. At least some of them. And if not the end of the world, since there's no sort of downside guarantee I have to give out. So there's at least that. All right. Hero gets buried. Try and get the Rock and Roll Express back in some capacity. Maybe not right away, but sometime soon. All right. chat here, Chris Saban. So I need to know when you're available and when you're not. To negotiate. Click on his name. Okay, what am I missing here? Impact, ROH, and launch. So he's truly an independent contractor. Look at schedules, what I need. Not skills. Alright, so this was this week. So I guess this is like Impact doing a bunch of matches in one taping, which is realistic because that's how they do it. And I understand why, because it costs money to fly people in. It costs money to, if you're going live, you're paying a premium for that satellite time. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go right for you. Live television, I worked in it for years and years. It's super stressful. But when it's done well, it can be very gratifying. So in theory, this shouldn't come back to bite us again next month. I'll double check. But of course, you're taping their TV out of order doing it this way. But maybe you don't have a choice in the matter. Just got a separate booking for TNA Explosion. Okay, Loose Cannon. Thanks for chatting. Have a good night. I may advance this up to the beginning of next month just to see how much, if any, I've got to worry about the parent company coming down on me. The downside with that is I'm going to book somebody for my next show. I don't want to advance past the point where they'd have time to negotiate a deal. But I think I'll be able to pull it off because I had some guys I didn't use on this show. I'll have them in next week. So we'll see. So I'm very curious how it's going to look. And maybe they'll be fine with it because that's the way I understand it to be, that your money just resets at the beginning of the next month. If only real life was like that, right? That injury in the main event to Brody King brought down the rating of the main event enough to drop it down to a 61 rating versus a 64 last week and 2 weeks ago, a 63. But ultimately, we could have a 31, and a 34, and a 33, probably the same. And to that end, I'm somewhat concerned because I spent a lot of money trying to get this up as a viable promotion that, just get it going and hopefully people catch on. But I mean, going it from 12 to 19 over the course of 2 weeks, that's great and all, but that's a very small number to start from, even if you're going to grow exponentially. So that's what I'm going to find out. So I'm going to take a chance and not hire anybody for the next show. Go with what I got. I've got some latitude. A lot of different ways I can go with it. In part, I haven't decided what I'm going to do next because I was waiting to see how the show was going to turn out. I can see some sort of a tag match with ACH and TJ Perkins on separate sides. Do something to set up the next program for Chris Hero's World title. Maybe do something to set up a tag title match. I can see FTR defending the tag titles maybe on... Gotta think about it. Maybe the next show. I think one time in July for the world title, one time in July for the world tag title. And kind of do it on that basis, like on a monthly. Not where it's, it absolutely has to be once a month and that's it. But it means more that way. That way it's not just, another title match where you can... Familiarity breeding contempt. Alright, so I believe I've gone through this as in detail as I need to for now. I'm just getting to Monday, which will be the day before my next television show, but then it'll show me the first of the month, and that will hopefully answer some questions as far as what to expect, as far as the money that I've spent. That's been, which page has it? It's finance. That's easy enough. So, here's what it says. Okay, they used this threw me off with soccer when I was calling Nashville SC matches 3 years ago. We have like the plural for something I would normally call as a singular. Like I say, launch is owned by AEW. This says launch R, like the plural. But it makes sense, but I'm just not used to doing it that way. At least here in the US, it's done as the other way. But it's not like you can't figure it out. Here, any profit or loss absorbed by AEW. And here's the big board, which this is the equivalent of roster overview if you played TEW 2016. Remember that? He's in the same spot. Yeah, not on this page. But like if you have the roster pulled up, it's easy enough to find this. And it says contracts, where you would have thought it would say roster overview. And they've gotten rid of main event, upper card, mid card, etc. And major stars, like the top level. For all these major stars I have, I got 19 people showing up. The question is, will AEW be able to handle a $186,000+ deficit for 1 month? Hemorrhaging money like I'm WCW in 2000. We sold 322 tickets. We got more than $186,000 in the hole. But I'm also curious. I was going, okay, I was counting backwards. Like, no, that's not the way it works. you don't go from June back to May. Not that easy. It's these financial estimates. Well, at least we're bringing that 3,000 and change in estimated sponsorship income. There's not any downside guarantee, so no surprises on that end. But maybe I need to up the marketing. Maybe something I'm doing. No, I guess it already says that itself, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I've just overlooked an important part of it. If so, that's quite the bitter pill. All right, so on to Thursday. I'll zip through these as quick as possible, but it seems I don't want to overlook any important information. $1.5 million viewers for NXT, huh? Well, they had Shawn Michaels on the show. There's Charlotte all over the product. How long until she gets all 3 women's belts? They add her to the main event to make for a better story. Now, how did Colt Cabana get mixed up in the chicanery? That actually sounds like a good card. They use Sunny Kiss, and it seems like a bit more than they do in real life on the show, at least on Dynamite. Oh my goodness. The payoff we never got to that awful storyline, the Nightmare Collective. I love Brandy. I think she does a phenomenal job when she's doing local media. I know, because I know people there in Charleston, West Virginia, when she was there with Cody, and they did the media junket, the tour, talking with every TV station and newspaper and radio. They did a fantastic job, especially the Brandy. She's just an absolute ace at it. It's phenomenal. And look, I have said before, I worked for years and years and years as a TV news producer. Primarily, I specialize as a morning news producer. You do that, you're working overnights. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., no breaks. You wouldn't want them if you could get a break, because every second counts on that shift. It gets crazy, especially in the middle of the night. You got something going on that you got that firm deadline to freeze your rundown at 3 or 3:30 or whatever. It'd be challenging. But point is that for all the years and people I've seen come and go as far as with doing television interviews, Brandy really stood out. And she stood up to people that I know in that market as well that have seen just as many, if not more, of these segments. I mean, to me, it's not an interview segment. I'm the producer. It's 3.5 minutes. I'm making sure we're staying on time. Looking at, a lot of different things. But AEW did a first-class job as far as how they handled it from their end, and then Brandy did a phenomenal job. With that said, it's starting to feel like Dr. Melfi on The Sopranos late in that series. And if you don't know the series, you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you do, even if you don't, you get the general concept that at some point it didn't make sense to have Dr. Melfi on the show anymore for the shrink that Tony went to and then wasn't going to. They keep working her in. And I worry that's going to hurt Brandy long term because of resentment or perception, fair or not. The problem is what makes her so great on local television news that she comes across as inherently likable and no nonsense. And that's very tough, very, very tough to pull off. Especially the way women get judged and they can, be a strong man. They have some, derogatory things to say about women, which is very unfortunate. But she manages to be very likable, but very no nonsense. And this is what's going on. We're serious about it, etc. But that very thing is what causes her to overshadow the AEW women's division. She outshines them in a lot of ways. Now the in-ring is a little different, and I don't know how a cage match between the two. I'm sure they would have booked it very carefully. I miss Rio. Rio is inherently likable. I mean, she's even more so. I mean, she has great theme music, and that's an area of weakness for AEW is its theme songs, for at least some of them. And look, I know it's tough. Music is subjective, so it's not you just, budget $250,000, no, you're getting A+ music. That's not how it works. Moxley interview getting 83, and rightly so. Brandy all over the product. Wardlow defeated Marco Stunt. How'd they get a 61? Stunt must have been bumping like crazy. All these super high ratings and then 3,900 in attendance. But you'll have that sometimes. Gresham, who I had on my show last week, him as a one-off. He was having a great match, even though he was it says, Jonathan Gresham was having an off night, and yet he still was the highest of the four in his match. All right, Gail Kim, let's see what else you have schedule-wise that might be of interest. As long as I can avoid this weekend of Impact and Explosion. Looks like smooth sailing for the next 2 months after. So that was a bit of a surprise to jump up, but that's on me for not being more judicious and careful in going through and looking at the schedule. And it turned out okay in the end. Learned that Ricky Morton and Robert Gibson both make excellent road agents. Have them in here as occasional wrestlers? Why not? I mean, Gail's close as far as the three: experience, respect, and reputation. And experience, the more she does, the more she'll get. But she's very good. So far in this game, at least, she's been very good as a road agent. And as much as this is a men's-only promotion, it doesn't mean that there can't be women that are either broadcasting or doing road agent work or whatever. But the idea is for the women to have their own promotion where they can get used to working every spot on the card. So you've got women with that level of experience and that will be ready and comfortable to know how to work a main event because they got the experience. There's a certain confidence you gain with experience that you really can't replicate in many ways, at least in my experience. Doesn't mean you can't make something happen, because the first time you do something, inevitably it's going to be a bit of a learning curve. All right. I'm kind of over the all caps names for Japanese wrestlers. If there's a good reason, I'm fine with it. like Kenta, to avoid confusion with Kenta Kobashi. Evil, so I know they're talking about evil, the presence or the force, they mean the wrestler, Watanabe. But Sonata, I'm a huge Sonata fan, don't be wrong, but I just felt like it was kind of a played out thing to do. And then Shingo Takagi went the other direction. He dropped the all caps when he joined New Japan. What a huge pickup he was for them. He is so talented. It's funny with some of these wrestlers, they're names that I've read in the Wrestling Observer newsletter, or I've seen mentioned online or whatever, but I don't necessarily know who they are, other than just knowing of their name. Gotta be careful, I'm not sure. Scrolls through a couple of lists. We'll look at a company. Information bit by bit, easy enough. Let's see how launch is looking. Let's see if they can bury me on here. 20th place. Yeah. Look at negative. I can laugh because it's a game, but at least we got some momentum. No prestige. Insignificant, supposedly. I guess our aim is to get to small. Although as a child company of All Elite Wrestling, I just don't know what to expect. And I love that Filthy Tom, I mentioned this before, but he's top of the list with the quotation marks. Alright. So my reputation's at a 48. So we advance now to Friday. Pentagon Jr., I'm not surprised he's in the MVP. That dude's got mad charisma. They have the regional YouTubes in this game. It still seems weird to say YouTube as a plural, because that sounds like something that somebody that doesn't know the internet would say, and it sound very foolish saying. Had to switch my TV over a NASCAR race on earlier, and there was some, I don't know what there was, some sort of a, I think Sinclair Broadcast Group had on the air. So I was going to flip back over to, I've got my media computer hooked to my side TV, and that's where I watch a lot of New Japan Pro Wrestling. Very easy. Click on a link and you're through to it. Versus if you're trying to find like a match from like 2 or 3 years ago using the app, good luck. Fire Stick. I mean, it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful for live viewing and for something that just happened that day that's easy to find. But if you're trying to dig up, you know, a Nakamura match from 5 years ago, you have to do some digging. And all the breaks, the YouTube breaking through. But yeah, Daisuke Sekimoto should be the star of the show, I would think. I like there's the start time there. Oh my goodness. I don't know how to say this word. Thoracic. I mean, S sound. You can, the double C's would be very tough. Upper thoracic and spinal cord rupture. Good God. Alright, let's see. Skills. 1 year, 1 month. Wow. Not good. Oh. I gotta do a shrink cap of this. That's all there is to it. You know, NW Snap. Somebody exposing the business. That up there. And you got freaking Yujiro in the background. 2020 Cody Hall pay rise request. Okay, there is some downside to having to use the window capture versus just game capture like I can do with Fire Pro Wrestling World. But the upside is when I want to pull up my notepad, you can just cover it right up and it works fine where you can see it, whereas the other way you couldn't. Now he's getting terrible pay. It's like $40 a show. I've been waiting for him to come through and ask. Let's see. I'll give him the bump up. He's pleased. Well, good. Let's see what this is. They're calling up Alicia Fox. I guess she made the good impression. I wonder if they're going to take Connor. They didn't quite mention him. The one-offs. On to Saturday. Getting close to the end of the first month. My goal is to get to the Monday, week 1, July 2020, and see how the game responds to me losing so much money in the first month. And if that's going to be something that they'll just let it ride, knowing that's the cost of doing business as a startup, or if they're going to give me some static over it. There was a time when Impact got well more than 1 million viewers. At least on a couple occasions, if I'm not mistaken. But they would love to have that now, and they're not the only ones. It's tough. As much as WWE is down horribly in the 12 to 34 demo, the young end, and 18 to 49 is not exactly smooth sailing either. Everyone else is down too, to some degree. You look back 5 years ago, and yeah, WWE was doing like 3 times the viewership in certain categories, but yeah, like Love and Hip Hop and Real Housewives were doing monster numbers too, and there's been so much of a fragmentation of viewership. Think about how many, I've talked about this the other day, how many live streams there are just right now on Twitch, that alone. Not imagine, I didn't even mention people that are playing games or, like League of Legends or whatever it is that you do. Or you watch streaming video, or you watch YouTube. You watch every 5-star match from All Japan Wrestling, pro wrestling from the 1990s. It's going to take you, for a treat there. That's actually not a bad idea. But point being, it's more than ever, it's difficult to get any sort of like a large audience on one particular thing. And to build a new brand, forget it. It's tough. It's very tough. Which makes what All Elite Wrestling did all the more impressive. They've done so many things that you quote unquote weren't supposed to do, and they've made it work, and then some. So. Yuji Okabayashi. Last time I checked, he wasn't willing to work in the U.S., or at least not to work for me. I can't really pull that up here. Wait, Savio Vega to All Japan? Savio Vega, 55? A distracted thigh muscle. Well, the sad thing in real life is that WWE can basically crush progress if they want to. Just a more professional detachment. Right. Alright, so that's a hint that CMLL is trying to hire somebody. Their team name is the Underground. I feel like they're generic team names for this game. As far as like the random assignments. Evilise. love to have Mustache Mountain on my roster. The sad thing with WWE and NXT is they have just this incredible volume of talent, and yet they're almost like hurting for wrestlers on the main roster because you got so many people just warehouse down in Orlando or on the Coconut Loop, just biding their time, but it's just very frustrating. But any thought at all into WWE? Because I think about the people I know that work there, people I've met that work there, and how much they love the business and how much they care about it, and how they work for a company that does so many things wrong and that nobody can complain about there because the old man in charge is crazy and will use very, very harsh, passive-aggressive punishments against you. So I've been told. The Sunday, Ishikawa, the Violent Giants. What a great name. Now there's a team name, not the Underground or Sweet and Sour, as two people just randomly thrown together. Oh, Fyter Fest. 24,000. Let's see, Fyter Fest. Omega MJF, someday. But how is it there was a higher score for Darby Allin versus Jake Hager? That's a surprise. Young Bucks out there stealing the show with Santana and Ortiz. So it was interesting for me as the feeder company on the men's side, just looking at they've added Trent Seven. So talking about Mustache Mountain. I think this game will allow you to have a little bit more of a true independent contractor, somebody that's actually allowed to apply their trade for more than one business and be able to do it the way that they see fit, because that's the way it's supposed to be. All of this heated shouting match backstage. A long pre-show. Good grief. You gotta specify the Dark Order. It's like, you figure it's those two, but right now they're stuck up in Canada. That guy's cool. I mean, the Blade's good too, Pepper Parks, but Andy Williams, he plays his role very well. And I hope he gets more of an opportunity on down the line in AEW. He's 42, so I mean, they're not going to give him a build for the future push, but I'm a fan. Private Party. This is where, like, the kind of setup I've got here with a feeder company would be very helpful if you had just like a house show loop that's designed to just be a learning ground, a training ground, or whatever, place to get reps in, as they say. Although it's tough for everyone right now. While as much as it's wonderful for wrestlers to be able to actually heal up for once, not just be, trying to work through a half dozen injuries. But the flip side on that is rustiness. And you notice when AEW first started up, you guys that had been used to working all the time that suddenly hadn't been. It took a little time to get adjusted, although most of them are so proficient at it that it didn't take too long. But it's a challenge sometimes. Like with anything, you get reacclimated with something. But pro wrestling is not a normal thing. It's simulated fighting, but you gotta lay it in there and just, even if it's nothing that's not non-contact stuff, like Ember Moon suffering that Achilles injury trying to chase the 24/7 title. That's just like the epitome when encapsulate bad WWE booking in one moment. There you go. Oof. 54 fans for New Japan and Australia with Ospreay. That's not like 540, not 5,400. Oof. I get it with my company. Nobody knows me yet. It's very much slowly growing, but man. I hope that was a paid show. Look at that talent. They had Sabre beat Hiromu Takahashi. Sabre, the intention they've kept away from the junior heavyweight side, though it's a very arbitrary thing. But in this alternate world, Sabre is your new IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion. I mean, it was ridiculous that Zack Sabre Jr. was classified as a heavyweight at the same time that Shingo Takagi was classified as a junior heavyweight. I mean, it's laughable. But there are certain things that I will accept from New Japan. There's certain, within their own rule, at least their consistency with the rules. Like with Toru Yano, the audience is conditioned to know it would be a low blow and a roll up and he pins you in 90 seconds. Maybe not, but people buy into those near falls early for Yano like they do for nobody else because they know it's a viable possibility. They're just breaking up all these factions. Very heavy-handed from the computer. Worried about Jimmy Jacobs going to... Well, he went to PWG, now he's in Game Changer Wrestling. All right. Now, getting near the end of this live stream. I was going for a few hours now. But this is what I've been waiting for. I just want to get through that last show, and I was relatively pleased with how it turned out. We'll get this first of the month report card. How do you pronounce that? Oh, the halfway awards. There's not any angry emails, so that's a good start. This alternate world where WWE gets Company of the Year and New Japan can't draw 100 people for Hiromu and Sabre and Ospreay and more. Now look at Santana Ortiz getting the recognition. Ortiz is hilarious. Like stuff he does that might seem too goofy for other people fit with his personality. Like the bell spot, if you saw the AEW pay-per-view from over the weekend. I mean, it was perfect for him to be in the bell spot, but he's even dizzy from it. I think with the wrong person, it would have come across as very campy or just off-putting maybe, but Ortiz is so good at it. I don't know how to be put it. He kind of reminds me of Mustafa from the Gangstas. Just like a goofy kind of crazy. Although, unlike Mustafa, Ortiz is a very good worker. Imagine a world where a Jinder Mahal tag match is the match of the year so far. Now, I would have no consideration in this at all because I've had 3 shows as a developmental territory within the last month. Some great work in this mod, the Killing the Business mod, with the photos and the name and the flag of the nation of origin. Blue Demon Jr. getting over. You taking bookings? No. It's an exclusive deal, so not going to happen. Is this the same Shayna Baszler that lost on main event a couple of days ago in this game to Naomi? Wow. Hey y'all. I wonder if I can get her to come in as a one-off. I mean, in real life that probably wouldn't be a good idea. Checkered past. Oh, I've never seen it spelled the alternate way for checkered. I'm an American. I'm used to seeing things spelled the American way. So I like when there's little differences that I notice. Like defense being spelled with like a CE at the end instead of an SE. Although I have to say a lot of times the international rule makes more sense than the American rule. But ultimately you get the idea across and it works. How much would it cost to book him as a manager? Okay, it's not going to happen. Which is fine. Skinner. I'm sure Steve Kern's thrilled that like a very short run of his career as Skinner is remembered by a lot of people, I suppose, as like long, productive career he had down in Florida and elsewhere. Oh, it's anniversary. I mentioned Sami Callihan earlier. This is the weird thing of like real life and video games coming together. It's like watching Sami Callihan playing Super Mega Baseball 3 and then playing a game that has Sami Callihan in it. That just amusing. And not in a bad way. I like Sami Callihan. He was in one of the most underrated tag team matches of recent years. It was a Evolve quarterfinals down in Ybor City, 10 miles stomping grounds. And it was Sami Callihan and Zack Sabre Jr. against Chris Hero and Tommy End, who you now know as Aleister Black. And they had a phenomenal match, just off the charts great. You talk about like matches done in front of a relatively small number of people that are wonderful and outstanding. I mean, obviously the pandemic has forced a lot of things to be different now, but that was just the reality of running a bar show, is that there's only so much room and thus only so many fans. Feeling up Piatu. Well, that's going to get some heat. So Rev Pro loans Pac. I would feel better calling him Pac if I heard an explanation on why they changed the name, and not just because they felt like it, and it's not good enough. I'll follow rules if you make me understand why they're there. If not, I'll fight you tooth and nail. That's my personality. Not everybody's like that. So Alicia Fox is going back up to the main roster. It doesn't say there when she's going back up, but luckily I hold on to my emails. So 1 month. So here it is, the 1st of July. That means by the 1st of August, Alicia Fox will be gone. I mean, if they were looking to see how she would be as a manager, and she's done very well. She managed to click with Connor, which I didn't. I mean, that's a lot of variables in play there. It was not exactly a home run guarantee. But now I'll have her with Connor, who I've built up to a certain level, but it's reaching the point. It's probably good that Alicia Fox has been called back up because I can have some sort of a definitive conclusion. Because now that I've built him up, as this strong monster, whatever, then have him lose to the right wrestler or two to give them a push based off of his momentum. Although I don't think he's going up with Alicia Fox, which is too bad. I mean, that would make sense to call him up too. Although Connor was something that I signed, as opposed to AEW signing and then sitting down as developmental. And I don't know with the former, with the ones that I signed, when and if the parent company will call them up, or how that works. I just don't know. Let's look at finance, shall we? Okay. Current finances. Clean slate. Do that in real life. Yeah, I got nearly 200 grand in the hole. Let's call it even. So we managed a little bit of broadcast revenue. Your, Google AdSense money. YouTube money. Merch. Made $220 total. These people are in there like fighting tooth and nail for 15% instead of 10% of the merch. And I made $220 total for everybody for the month. 3 shows. What's up with that? Let's see. Rows marked with asterisks can be clicked to provide a more detailed financial breakdown. Oh. Right. We're not being paid by a broadcaster because we're just on YouTube. Now, the real key, I think, well, now that I see that I'm not going to get just browbeaten by my parent company, at least not right now. You never know down the line. But now I can look at the size. So up to 1. Well, it'll be a slow climb apparently, but 1 beats 0, at least across the board. Let's see in other places. There are a couple places for whatever reason YouTube doesn't have distribution for me. It's like I'm not in India, and I think I'm not in Australia. Which is kind of strange. Oceania, India. So as you see there, my current size is insignificant. I'm going to be getting to tiny, not small, but tiny is the next one. I ended up achieving a 17 popularity in the southeast territory of the United States. I'm at 1 right now, but I'm 1 everywhere. At least that has the broadcast clearance. It's everywhere but Australia and India. So that's Sony 6 money. Okay. There's one serious thing I'm going to do. Let me see. Got Hanukkah in the game. She just died, but as much as this has been updated, this happened after I'd started this save game. I imagine the killing the business mod, which I hate to use that term with this, is will be updated. Probably is updated by now, but once you start a game, it kind of separates from the way it locks in at the beginning. So I've got to figure out how I'm going to handle this. I don't want her to keep popping up in my mentions on there. There's a way to edit, but you have to wait for the first of the month. That was another reason I wanted to get to this point. Can I get to the insides of the game a little bit? Oh, okay. This one, like, export my game. That's not what I'm looking for. In-game editor. Workers. Oh, I'm sorry, I picked the wrong name. That's Karshida. That's one who wrestled AEW show. What in the world's going on here? We're talking the wrong thing. For Hanukkah. I was thinking about AEW and pulled up the wrong name. It's Hannah Kimura that lost her life. And she was 22 years old. So, I mean, it's not something I want to be reminded of in the game. The idea is trying to be a bit of an escape as is. So how do I make this where she's not in the game anymore? Switches to inactive, but she would still be listed. And I don't know how you list someone as deceased like that. I don't know how that works here. I don't know if you can. I would just make it inactive, but for all I know, she would unretire. And then is inactive, but even that's not going to be quite accurate. I don't know what you do. It's such a morbid thing to do. I don't like having to even think about this, but yet here we are. traits that you'd be able to add to somebody. That's not what I'm looking to do here. I don't know what to do with this. How the marker is deceased. Marker is inactive, and that's maybe all I can do. That's the way her distinction as a wrestler, so that gone. Okay, well, how do we remove a worker from the game? I can't select an area. Customer support for Total Extreme Wrestling. I think the only way I can do it would be through here, and I'm not sure if it's possible. I didn't mean to click on Sheeta before. Just Sheeta was very impressive in her win on Saturday. She won the AEW Women's World Title. Okay, let me click on Hello Weekend. Push her way into the future for set to debut. I don't know if it'll let me do that. I'll push it to 2099. It's never going to come up. I'm not going to send 79 years worth of it. But I don't know if it'll. Let's see what it help. Let's see what happens. Okay. Well, fair enough. I like the way undebut is in quotation marks. If I can't delete her from the game, I cannot mark. Because I know people in the game the characters can die in the game. But how do you assign somebody that distinction? I never even thought of it because I don't normally consider such things in a game like this. I'm going to spend so much time on the feed going through this, but this is pretty it's not saying that she was a marketing nightmare. It's like I could add that if I wanted to, but I certainly don't. Okay. I have a sticker in India as a color commentator. Let's see if it let me do that. Okay, so they're gonna switch this back to. What did it say was her debut? Was it? Well, I guess this really doesn't matter. That part, at least. I was just trying to make it where she's not going to show up as an active wrestler in the game anymore, because switched that to inactive for Japan. So again, she's only active in India. They won't let me entirely take her inactive all the way across the board, but I can put her in India, say, okay, she's a color commentator who only speaks Japanese. So it is done. So I still have that Laredo Kid booking. I might have Laredo Kid challenge Leo Rush on the next show for the Sprint Championship. That was the original plan for the show that just ended for show number 3. So we're gonna, the potential is on YouTube, and for whatever reason they don't have YouTube in this game in Australia or India, or if they do, I'm just not eligible or strong enough to be given consideration for the spot. And so there's a little 3-month deal that I struck with all 4 of these companies. And we'll see with the size how long it takes me to grow, because I was at a 0. Let's see the track progress. Well, 0 to 1. Probably if you would have started like at 20 or 25, that would have made it a lot easier. But that's okay. Learning experience. Already looked at that part. So the storylines had a good start with the ACH and TJ Perkins feud. They went to a 20-minute draw, time limit draw. As you can see, that was a boost up after ACH cut a promo on Perkins before the match on that last show. I imagine I'll have them on opposite sides in a tag match on this upcoming show. Bring this up here for a minute. There's a lot of people being paid to work on the undercard, or maybe on the show and the pre-show, but it's experience for Briggs in particular, because he's one of the guys they sent down to get some developmental training. Bestia with Eastman. Maybe they'll call Eastman up after the next show. I don't know how quick they're going to be on the turnaround with that. The problem is Alicia Fox was a much better manager, at least out of the gate, than Eastman has been. Although he was fine with Bestia. But Alicia actually clicked with Connor. So there are a few choices. I could have Chris Hero in a non-title match against Connor. So I really don't know if it makes sense. I mean, I could push him to the point of having a title shot, but that would have been more feasible with the plan of having 2 title matches every month. And that gets to be a bit much. We got the Sprint Championship for every week. We got a title on the line. That title in particular. And that's because it's different than the world title. It's something that's a 10-minute time limit versus 60 or whatever it is for the world. If you're going to have a secondary title, at least in my opinion, it needs to have some sort of different functions. It's not just world title number 2. I think that ends up being ultimately rather counterproductive. It's like with WWE having a world champion and a universal champion. Look, you got 2 world champs, guess what? You got 0. For the longest time they had the split titles. They put them together with Daniel Bryan, and it was like, okay. But then they had to bring out another belt, another title. All right, so we'll have our road agents back for the next show. Should have everybody in attendance. I hope we'll go through and check. So I figure ACH, probably type some of this in. This is my referee/agent note-taking the last show. There's the less expensive guys. Although Cody Hall got the boost up in pay, which he really deserved. So we can do the Big Cass versus Cody Hall to blow off to that feud. Maybe it won't be the blow off. It'll be extend a little more. I don't know. we'll see how the match goes, and they'll make a decision. I noted TBD for to be determined for Eris and Leo Bryan, but I didn't have room for him. I mean, it was kind of a full card, as you can see, and I wasn't going to replace the open spot against Leo Rush with Leo Bryan or Eris. That would not have been a good fit. So I'll leave this off the screen for now. This being the lower tier guys as far as pay goes. So it'll be week number 4 for me. It's the first week of July in the game. So Launch TV, you know, it's not a true TV show, that's why I'm calling it Launch TV number 4. And the 102/18 split, that's just a reminder that it's 102 minutes of wrestling and 18 minutes of promos, videos, angles, etc. So at a glance, it's there. I probably don't need to write it next to it every time, but this helps me to remember. So you're looking at like Chris Hero. Scroll this up a little more. You're writing and talking, or typing and talking about it. You might as well be able to see what I'm doing. Tag match with Chris Hero. The Revival is tag champs, but I really want one more week with Godders and Doan, particularly to get them on the show. I can do another 6-man tag, and this time have FTR be on the losing side. I may team with Fred Yehai again. Only this time Yehai loses. Or at least that's an idea. On this side first, knowing I want a high-end type wrestler to go in there. This might not end up being the second match from the top, or the semi-main event, just because the way the crowd has responded to Goddard and Doan is not exactly overwhelming. Same is also true for Fred Yehai. So a good worker who's also very popular would be a good choice for there. With the sprint title, that one I know. So I just talked about it a minute ago. Got that remaining date on Laredo Kid, since he had another obligation for this past Tuesday's show. So that'll handle that. And I'll have Hawkins and Ryder back along with the Colognes. And not that I lost them or anything, but just I kept them off TV for a week. Mix it up a little bit. And I don't know for sure these tag matches yet, but Primo and Epico, Colognes. They already had a match in week 1, in case you were wondering. So I really don't want to rematch them right now. No particular reason to. Hawkins and Ryder have not received a very warm reaction from the fans, but they're rated as their popularity overall is very relatively high, at least. Very high. High by my company standards. And just because the fans complain of it doesn't mean it can't be considered a great match. Just one of those things that factors in. Could try and transition this into adding somebody in to feud with Connor, but that doesn't really make sense because Fox and Connor will be together, at least in theory, for another 4 episodes. Because she's got 1 month left. I just got that notice. Put that a little lower on the card. We'll have that. Just gave Cody Hall a nice pay hike, so we'll see how this goes. There's Drew Gulak and Cain Velasquez. So Velasquez got the better of him. This might be a show where I leave Gulak off. Because Gulak, having been choked out, it's a reasonable thing he's actually going to show up on TV 7 days later. I know to keep Gulak off TV this week. July 2020, week 1. I'll just a shorthand here to that way I don't get too confused with the numbering of the television shows versus this being the 4th overall show I'll have, but the first one in July of 2020. I don't think I would team up Cain Velasquez with Jesse Goddard and Kenny Doan. I don't think that makes sense. I might. You know what? Like that could be like a team up with Hero and have that slow build, because eventually I do want to do a match with Cain Velasquez versus Chris Hero. I don't know if I'd put the title on Cain. Put Cain Velasquez question mark. Not that I don't know if I can book him. I certainly can. I don't believe he has any other obligations. But I don't know for sure I'm going to have him in that spot. Let's see, with storylines, I might add, I'm going to add another one to it to get. I'd go with FTR, Goddard and Doan. Although I don't know how long that's going to be as far as a program goes, because they'll have the 6-man tag match. And then I imagine on the next episode we'll have tag title defense against Goddard and Doan that FTR will win. And then we'll advance from there. But I'm pleased they didn't pitch a fit from the main office about how much money I spent versus how little I brought in last month. And all to show for it is, as far as company prestige goes, it's still not quite dirt worst, but close to it. But we moved from 0 to 1, so at least we have a number on the board. It's not 0. And it's like that for everywhere except for India and they have Oceania, Australia. Playing a big part of that. But I'm only running the Southeast at this point. I'm not going to be visiting these other places anytime soon. Because again, I'm a developmental brand. The idea is that they'll send talent to me, like Alicia Fox as manager, see how she does. And then now that they feel that she's ready, and it's not a bad conclusion, I got 4 weeks to finish off the storyline with her and Connor. I could have Connor challenge for the world title, as crazy as that sounds, but I don't think that's going to be what I want to do. If that was 50, we'd have another conversation. But it's not. It's 40. And again, if you're playing this game and you played previous games in this series, the prior one, 2016, comes to mind, and there was roster and then roster overview. We used to say roster overview has been replaced in this version of the game in 2020 by contracts. And there's a lot more information, as you can see. And you can tell the ones that get a lot of money per month. Eastman, how is he getting $7,400 a month? That's a heck of a deal he struck. Now he's only listed as a star versus everybody else being a major star, but he's only been in the promotion a short amount of time. I'm thinking about it. After having Eastman manage Bestia in a prelim match, and they got along fine. It wasn't like it clicked well like you saw with Alicia Fox and Connor, but at least it's a start. may have Bestia 666 in a opener or an early card match. We'll see how it works with Eastman. I don't know if I'm going to have Hawkins and Ryder and Primo and Epico in separate tag matches. I've got to decide on that. In theory, I could have Hawkins and Ryder up there against Hero and Velasquez. And that might seem strange at a glance, but you have to keep in mind, it's not what you perceive of these people, it's what the game itself lists them as. Here, let me show you. The search it's definitely improved as far as your ability to find a lot of stuff quickly. So we're looking for wrestlers. No. Yes, wrestler. Thank you. And then there's popularity. There it is. And so I go past where it says USA down to Southeast because that's the only place I'm running right now. Let's try 70. I don't think there's any. Empty. Let's try 50. Let's look at us a few. So I could give Connor with his 40 rating a world title shot, even though he really hasn't beaten anybody of note. I don't know about ACH. I think that over. Big Cass. He's got those 55s. He's going to be beating Cody Hall in this show, so there's an argument to be made for. Now, I don't know what kind of match you have with Chris Hero, although at this point I'm still such a small company that doesn't matter as much. Brody King, when he's healed up, I'll book him again, but this is where it's nice to not have a downside guarantee in play. So I don't have to book him if I don't want to, and I won't. I can wait till he's healthy, so I'm not having to like once a month bring him to work like a tag team match on the pre-show just so I get my money's worth out of the downside guarantee. And so the Revival looking strong, FTR. I plan on keeping the tag titles on them for a while if they are able to stay healthy. Of course, there's my world champion, Chris Hero. There's Hawkins at a 51. I will go back to Slater against Hero at some point. They had that great match on the main event of the first show. Remember, the first world champion. But I'm not ready to take the belt off of Hero yet, not even close. So I got Slater, at least he's got some momentum going again. Losing that title match, it hurt him more than I thought it would, as far as his momentum and whatever. Leo Rush is my sprint champion. I can keep him on a separate track altogether from Chris Hero for now. Although I'm sure I put them in the same match and they do very well. Then you got TJP. '51 level. So it's ACH. They had their draw. This game puts a lot of importance on work rate for a given wrestler, but popularity plays into it too. This isn't like a King's Road promotion that I've got running that's strictly matches and that's it. It's not the way this is set up. It's still very much based on a style that I like. Don't get me wrong. It helps that AEW itself is based on a style I really like. A couple of tweaks because I don't have any. If I had a firm, like a dividing line between baby faces and heels, it makes it that much tougher to book because you try and keep the faces and the heels on separate sides, and just I think it makes more sense to have factions or groups that work together or whatever. It's a sliding scale. It's the influence of, and it's not just WWE, I mean, the influence of many decades of American wrestling. We got the good guys and the bad guys, and then it's like an awkward thing to make them meet in the middle. You know, it's tough when you don't know who to cheer for when you're watching a match, especially when both teams are kind of playing to the crowd. It's like, what do I do? But that responsibility really falls on the promotion to let you know when they hint at it. Like how they had LIJ healing up during Fantasticamania back in January when they had Dulcie in as the Exotica, and so the fans it was made clear to them that that was the team to cheer. Even though you'd think they would cheer for the Japanese natives, but Fantastica Mania is a chance for a lighthearted way to see the stars of CMLL and Lucha Libre and the novelty of it being done in Japan. I'm glad they were able to get Fantastica Mania in while they could this year, because who knows, January next year. I mean, would it surprise you if they didn't have anything ready to go yet as far as that with international? I mean, they had something I only found about relatively recently, where it's like the bird flu, however many years ago, that caused problems with people coming over from Mexico. And it was right around the time when Nakanishi won the IWGP Heavyweight Championship, as I recall. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. You got Ryder. So Hawkins and Ryder. They're strong enough where I can go back to them at some point with FTR, but doing it right away, I don't think that's going to be the best course of action. But they're strong enough where I should be able to work them in on a show somewhere. There are possibilities with Hawkins and Ryder against the Colognes. But at the same time, we already had that match 3 weeks ago, game time wise, from this upcoming fourth show. So I don't want to go back to that right away. I mean, I could. The game wouldn't punish me for that per se, but ideally it would actually be Primo and Epico lining up to get the next shot at FTR. But I can have a tag match with Hawkins and Ryder, and a separate tag match with Primo and Epico. I certainly have enough talent on my roster at this point. I don't know who Zack Ryder is, yes. I am going to be interested to see how many fans we draw to the next show now that we're up to a 1 from a 0. Can we crack 20 fans at one show? But as much as I want to be like, sarcastic or whatever about it, I mean, it's 0 to 1. It's going to take a while. And again, India and Oceania, the two that are not receiving my program at this time, although it's, like I said, we have a huge audience at this point anyway. We have good shows, though. I can't complain. I mean, this has been what I wanted. Just if you had tacked a couple zeros on that attendance, it'd be a lot better. But we got that momentum going. There's a lot to be said for momentum. So let's take a quick look at the roster. The entire roster. Although I say that, I'm going to say, but only the wrestlers. So it's a list to go through here. So I guess what I have to figure out, I'm trying to think backwards as far as booking goes. I have to have Hero in this main event. Although I'm going to hold off on his next title match. He just had one last show. More to get the FTR ready to defend. And I can see that being Launch TV number 5. FTR versus question mark Runby versus question mark versus Jesse Daughters, Kenny Doan. I'm not going to forget who the champion is, but just to keep it consistent. Got here next to the bargain talent. We're going to take Cody Hall out since I gave him that big pay hike. He deserves it, though. He's been making a lot less than How about the manager? That guy's making like $7,600 a month, whereas Cody Hall's in like an actual feud with somebody, getting $40, getting a Tennessee payday, as they used to say. So, if I were to think, let's see, I had ACH go against Leo Rush, and Rush beat him. But that was, what, week 1? Gotta get some of this extraneous, these extra notes in here. It's gonna get very unwieldy very quickly, as if it's not enough already. So, gotta keep Slater in mind as well. And I'm not gonna go back to Slater challenging for the world title, because Hero's gonna keep this belt as long as I have any say in it and he stays healthy. So, having Slater lose to him again would seem to be a poor course of action. At the same time, Slater's a star for me. Let's take a look at what Heath Slater has to say. Major star, happy, warm momentum. His match history. I had a great match there against Chris Hero in a losing effort. He was in that tag match that Jonathan Gresham was in. So he had tag matches the last 2 weeks, one with team with Gulak and the other team with Big Cass. But that tag team with Gulak, maybe there's a way to go with that. But that's gonna have to wait because Gulak got choked out on that show. We're not booking Gulak here. Maybe, in a sense, selling the choke out finish. So ACH and TJ Perkins. Their program going. It would make sense to have them on opposite sides in a tag match, but how do I decide? Yeah, I might have Perkins on the winning side. I might have Perkins challenge for the title. You know, scoff if you want to. But again, I need somebody that's going to do the honors. The 51, just like ACH does. Then, this is not the list of the most popular, as you can tell. I would push Barrington Hughes more, except for these numbers being kind of low. If he had more popularity, but besides being, at least the Southeast is 18, so I have that to use. But at first I thought about sticking Alicia Fox with him just because his promos were rather atrocious. I think that's the way he's in the game, but not necessarily real life. But so what you might expect or think from real life is important, but what's even more important is where somebody's listed in popularity as far as what makes sense from a business standpoint. Even if you see Slater as like a joke comedy character. Here in the game, major star, high popularity. So I can't team up Slater with Gulak since he's not going to be on the show. I can't team up Slater with Big Cass since Cass has a singles match with Cody Hall. I'm not going to have Slater challenging for the world title in the next show, but that doesn't mean I can't find a place for him. I could just not book him, but I don't think that's going to be my best bet. Although, that was an opening match as far as the TV show went, or the event. That wasn't the original plan, but having that 20-minute draw in the number 3 spot made it more time than I anticipated. Definitely want to get Rock and Roll Express back like an ongoing basis soon. I'll give him like a week or two and then go back to that, just because I want to book him immediately. I probably could, but at least for now, I'm going to wait just like a week. Then we'll see. They were on the losing team after all, even though neither of them dropped the fall. It was Quest who did. I mean, so Jesse Gotter's there at 40. It's like it's an unreasonable thing for him to be challenging for the tag team championship. A little different with Kenny Doe as a 20. But I get to go back to the negative being turned into a positive. Well, my company has a very low ranking. I can afford to have guys challenging for championships that might not be your top of the top of the charts best as far as popularity goes, and still have them in there and have it be a decent match that'll increase our popularity. It's so low, it doesn't have to be a high threshold to meet. It's very easy to figure out who has been loaned to me. Like I mentioned, this search feature is definitely a... Well, remember what you put in last time until you clear it. And that carries over to the roster overview, now known as contracts. And look at that. $7,400 a month for Eastman. Man, it's a significant amount of money. PB Smooth is injured, so he's taking me out for a little while. Teaming up Briggs. Had him on the last show. Teaming up Jimmy Lloyd. And on the prior show as well. Okay, so clearly you can see I've got some thinking to do, some decisions to make. I won't be able to assign anybody for this upcoming show because I was that anxious to get to Monday of the first, the start of a new month. It's the first time for me playing this game to experience that. So it was nice to see the giant financial hole go back to zero. And well, I'm not going to spend crazy money. This is not Brewster's Millions. And we already saw it earlier when I was negotiating. I remember Jeff Cobb I was negotiating with, where Dave Prazak, who the game has established as my CEO, basically the guy that handle budgets, said, okay, I have to have some limit. Where he came in and said, no, we can't go above a certain price. I wasn't going to bring in Jeff Cobb with him having creative control and have him challenge for the world title. You could see that'd be a problem. What to do with Connor? Get some momentum. And he's at 40 in popularity, so it's not unreasonable. And if I do that, I use Connor. Keeps all these other wrestlers fresh for that next title shot. The good thing with having Chris Hero as my champion is that he can have a good match with almost anyone. That's the mark of a good striker. Kind of like how Tomohiro Ishii is. So, Melendez. I'm gonna get all this random notes in there. At least this stuff I can get rid of from the show from 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. Or the notes. I mean, I will hold on to these notes as far as, at least at the time, with their expected or anticipated cost per show and their overall ranking of the P for popularity. Looks like we're talking like pence, like PNCE, as in like, you know, like a penny, only like the British pound. So there's some guys out there I could bring in as a one-off. Not for this week. I like the idea of Hero and Velasquez in the main event. And if I'm not going to use Heath Slater to challenge for the world title, maybe this is a spot where have Slater put somebody over that will be challenging for Hero. Slater's a 53. But and as I noted, I've got a lot of latitude as far as what it's going to take to be a show that's going to increase my popularity. It's not like, you know, if you just completely overwhelm them, that the popularity will just exponentially grow. At least doesn't seem to be the case. But it's not like it's going to be tough to be raising my status when my status was so low to begin with. It would be interesting to have ACH in there. You can argue, though, if I would have ACH challenging for that title, I should have beat Perkins, but I didn't do that. And the same is true all, the other way around, potentially. King Velasquez has an argument to be made. Although they wasn't the losing end of a tag match. There is plenty of latitude as far as my options are with that. Alright, so okay, let's think about this. If I were to have Connor, because he hasn't really beaten anybody of note yet that would justify it. I mean, Jay Bradley had pretty good ranking, but he was just in as a one-off. Connor versus Heath Slater. Keeps him away from Hero, but it keeps him as this major new force that nobody can seemingly stop. And it was one thing when he had the one-off she brought in to face him, the guys as he built his name a bit as a singles performer. But now against the very highly rated Heath Slater, Connor beats Slater. And you can make a case for Connor versus Chris Hero. I have Connor beat somebody in the next 2 weeks. And Slater this week. Maybe I bring in a name from the outside again, but you know, somebody that he can beat to build him up. But how much do I want to invest in a 40-year-old wrestler whose manager he clicked well with, but is now his manager will soon be going to the main roster? If I'm going to do anything with Connor, now's the time to do it. The funny thing with him is the brawler style. I would not be allowed to hire him under the current rules because I'm not allowed to hire any brawlers. I'm not allowed to hire any comedy wrestlers. But if I had them on my roster already, I can utilize them. So I was lucky I signed Connor when I did. It wasn't long after I started when that rule came down. Okay. So if I were to have Connor beat Heath Slater, come back the next week versus X, some outsider with a high popularity that Connor can beat rather definitively. I could have Connor in a tag match with Hero on the other side, but I don't think that's the way to go about it. Not with this one. Keep Hero separate. He can stay strong. He's my champion. I'm not going to put him in the 500 club. We'll see how he is teaming up with Velasquez. I'm sure I can find and I might go with Hawkins Ryder there, you know? The fans are going to complain, but that's too bad. And ultimately, at least in theory, the team that you'd want to see win. Although the flip side, though, is you're having an established team lose to a makeshift team, which doesn't help them much. But I don't want to have Hawkins and Ryder against the Epicos, or the Epicos, the Colognes, Primo and Epico. They have first names. Because they had a match just 2 weeks ago. I don't want to have Hawkins and Ryder against FTR because I had that match. That was when it was 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago was the Colognes against Hawkins and Ryder. They're the de facto semifinals. So for the next show, which game-wise will be on Tuesday night, I'm going to bring the stream to an end here before too much longer. But I figure as long as I'm looking this over and thinking about it, I know we're hours and hours deep into this, but that's also an idea of what this game can do. You blink and 3 hours have flown by. Hero and Velasquez. It's Hawkins and Ryder. Probably have Velasquez get the win. It's not at 49, so a little lower. Versus Hero at 55 doesn't need it as much, although that's a 6-point difference. It's almost like the political margin for error on polls, plus or minus X amount. I can see building up Bestia a couple of weeks with Joey Eastman and then having Bestia go against Leo Rush, potentially. There you went on the undercard against Mike Seidel the last show. But he did lose to ACH. The second show we had. But they had a good match. It was a 62 rating. I could definitely see booking ACH against Chris Hero at some point. But I don't have to go to that right away. And if I wait on Connor, there's no waiting on Connor. Once Alicia Fox is gone, that's when his push is going to disappear. I wish I could send him up with her because they clicked well together, but that's not how it works. So if it's Hero and Velasquez against Hawkins and Ryder, that'll be perfectly acceptable as a main event. I mean, really, the quality of shows I'm putting out is far beyond what I need to get a boost from week to week. But if I'm booking something, I'm going to give full effort, unless there's a compelling reason to do otherwise. An outsider question mark. And I know there'll be the sprint title on the line, because Laredo Kid is not coming in to beat Leo Rush on his first night in the company. So Leo Rush is next. And that's for the show after this one, the second week of July. Just penciling in a couple things right there, just to keep it in mind. Since that tag match would be the event. Helps if you can see what I'm showing. That's when I scroll down, I forget sometimes to scroll up that some of this screen that I can see, you can't. So here on Velasquez get the win. Got to figure out who I want to have team up with Goddard and Doan. I could use ACH. I could use TJP. Either of them. And while I don't have like a clear babyface and heel split, it's better as a heel. And Jesse Goddard is definitely better as a heel as well, 100%. He played a heel on Big Brother, and that's a TV show versus a wrestling thing. That's but for him, it's a role he feels very, effectively. And then Kenny Doan. It's kind of weird with him in the mix because his popularity's low, but I've been teaming him up because he kind of made for a good team with Jesse Goddard's. Goddard's. It's not a D at the end of it. I know his name. I've seen it before. Kenny Doan. But I can have Doan drop the fall against FTR in that match. Now, it doesn't have to be the main event match. But as I mentioned, because of my company having such a small, insignificant as they call it, status at this point, you have a guy with only a 20 popularity as one of 4 wrestlers in a main event. It's a championship match. You have strong momentum. We'll continue on this upcoming show, leading to that one for the second week. July of the month, 20 the year, and W1 as far as week 1. But that can wait. So if Connor beats Slater, Connor versus the outsider, whoever I bring in, or maybe I'll have somebody that I have on my roster now, but I don't know. And then that following week, we'll come back and have Hero defend the world title against Connor. Hero will beat him, and Connor will probably lose the next week in Alicia Fox's final show with the company before she gets called back up to the main roster. So, things to think about. As you see here, I've got plenty of talent, even if I make it just strictly the wrestlers listed. Granted, not everybody has the same level of popularity, to be sure. It's very confused. With a blow-off against Cody Hall. That level of popularity. Keep him strong for another month. And then follow up with Chris Hero defending the world title against Big Cass. Possibly. I would love to see ACH get a shot. I'd love to see TJ Perkins get a shot. That's the nice thing with this game, I get to decide that. But it would help to have that in mind now, because as I book going forward, you want to keep the major players strong as much as possible. And I can always, Slater losing to Connor. Slater can get his win back the following month once Alicia Fox is gone, assuming that Connor's still around. I didn't expect him to call her up that quickly. I don't blame them for doing that. I mean, she's a great manager, like she has been with Connor. If you were to ask me before that started what I would hope, or I thought would be a reasonable floor and ceiling as far as expectations, I think we're close to that ceiling. And nothing personal against Alicia Fox, it's just I've never seen her as a manager. I know that she can play the quote-unquote crazy role well, and at least within this video game it is transferred through. Something else to take into consideration is where else somebody's working. Yeah, Perkins is doing New Japan, and he's with Impact. So I have to work around that. That would be a problem. ACH, in comparison, is only under contract. They had a contract, a handshake deal with me. So I would be more inclined to go with him, but I can play that out longer, keep him strong a few months, and then ACH against Hero. And I'm not in any hurry to get the belt off of Hero. Because as I talked about before, Chris Hero can probably have a good match with basically anyone. If somebody's not particularly keen on selling a particular move, just those strikes lay them in a little stiff, and then perhaps opinions will change. it for this feed. As far as episode number 8. Episode number 8. So we made it through 1 month. And the more I play this game, and I have to repeat what I've said before, and because it's true, the more I play this game, the more I enjoy it, the more I learn where things are, the more I figure out how it all fits together, and I figure out also what levels of variance to expect as far as between negotiations and wrestlers and their way they connect with the crowd or their momentum. It feels like there's more of a human element to it, and that is, I would consider it high praise, because that's the idea with a AI-controlled system. It feels realistic to real life as much as possible. So that's it for now. Episode 8 of Lou Pickney Plays Total Extreme Wrestling 2020. Episode number 9. I hope to get to it fairly soon, but I want to get back into some Fire Pro. That is kind of my bread and butter as far as live streaming goes. This is perhaps a bit more tedious. Maybe not. I don't know how it plays as far as that goes. But okay, so that's it for this episode number 8. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you next time.